The Romans were always proud of their origins, believing their city was founded by divine will. The most famous legend associated with the founding of Rome tells of Romulus and Remus, two brothers whose fate brought them to the banks of the Tiber to become the founders of the great city. This myth was passed down through generations, and for centuries Rome considered itself descendants of heroes. The story begins in the ancient city of Alba Longa, which, according to legend, was founded by descendants of the Trojan hero Aeneas. Many generations later, King Numitor ruled there, but his younger brother Amulius, power-hungry, decided to seize the throne. To eliminate the threat from the rightful heir, Amulius ordered the murder of all of Numitor's descendants. However, Numitor had a daughter, Rhea Silvia, and Amulius found another way to get rid of potential claimants to the throne. He forced her to become a Vestal Virgin, a priestess of the goddess Vesta. Vestal virgins took a vow of chastity, which was supposed to ensure that Numitor would have no legitimate heirs. One day, the god of war, Mars, appeared to Silvia, and soon she gave birth to twin boys, Romulus and Remus. When Amulius learned of this, he flew into a rage. He did not dare to kill the sons of Mars, but he ordered the infants to be thrown into the waters of the Tiber. However, at that moment, the river had overflowed its banks, and the basket with the infants did not sink, but got stuck among the reeds at the foot of the Palatine Hill. It was there, according to legend, that they were nursed by a she-wolf. This scene would become one of Rome's most famous symbols, the image of the she-wolf nursing infants. Romans would mint it on coins, paint it on frescoes, and carve it in stone. Some time later, a passing shepherd named Faustulus found the boys and decided to take them home. Together with his wife Acca Laurentia, they raised them as their own sons. The brothers grew strong and courageous. They herded livestock, hunted, and learned to fight. They were rebellious, unafraid of getting into fights, and always defended the weak. One day, during a skirmish with shepherds from Alba Longa, Remus was captured. He was brought before King Amulius, who did not yet know who he was. Meanwhile, Faustulus, seeing the danger, told the brothers the truth. Learning that they were the grandsons of Numitor, Romulus gathered a detachment of young warriors, attacked Alba Longa, freed his brother, and overthrew Amulius. They returned the throne to their grandfather, but did not wish to stay in Alba Longa. Destiny beckoned them. The brothers decided to found their own city on the banks of the Tiber, where the river had brought them. But a dispute arose. Where exactly to build the city? Romulus wanted to build it on the Palatine Hill, and Remus on the Aventine. According to ancient traditions, the gods were to give the sign. Remus was the first to see 6 eagles, but soon Romulus noticed 12. This was interpreted as a clear sign in favor of Romulus. Romulus began to build the city, marking its boundaries with a trench, its sacred boundaries. Remus, displeased, mockingly jumped over the trench, showing that he was not afraid of either the boundaries or his brother's authority. Romulus flew into a rage and killed him. Later, the Romans explained this by stating that anyone who dared to cross the borders of Rome would be punished by death. Thus, Romulus remained the sole ruler of the new city, which was named after him, Rome. April 21, 753 BC, is considered the date of the city's founding, and Romans celebrated this day with annual festivities. Becoming king, Romulus laid the foundations for the future state. He divided the people into patricians, the nobility, and plebeians, the common people, organized the Council of Elders, which would later become the Senate, and created the first laws. Around Rome, there was a shortage of women, and so Romulus arranged a cunning trap. He invited the neighboring Sabine tribes to a festival, and during the celebration, the Romans abducted their women to make them their wives. This episode went down in history as the rape of the Sabine women. Romulus ruled for many years, and the Romans believed that he did not die, but was taken up to heaven by the gods. He came to be revered as the god Quirinus. Thus ended the story of the first king of the city that would one day become the capital of a great empire. After Romulus founded Rome and became its first king, the city's rule passed to his successors. For almost 2.5 centuries, Rome remained a kingdom ruled by 7 kings. The first of them were from the Latin and Sabine peoples who inhabited the territory. However, over time, the influence of the neighboring Etruscans became so strong that rulers of Etruscan origin came to the throne. These were Tarquinius Priscus, Servius Tullius, and Tarquinius Superbus. They were not descendants of Romulus, but it was under them that Rome transformed from a small settlement into a powerful city-state. Legend has it that Romulus ruled for many years and was then taken up to heaven by the gods. After him, local rulers became kings. But when the influence of the Etruscans grew stronger, power in Rome passed to the Etruscan dynasty. This was because the Etruscans were stronger and more developed, and the Romans adopted the best from them. The Etruscans did not just influence Rome, they began to rule it. The first Etruscan king was Tarquinius Priscus. He arrived in Rome from Tarquinii, one of the powerful centers of Etruscan civilization. He managed to earn the respect of the Romans and become ruler. His successor was Servius Tullius, who, according to legend, was not of noble origin, but thanks to his intelligence and abilities, he managed to gain power. His daughter later married Tarquinius Superbus, the last Etruscan king, who was eventually overthrown. With the expulsion of the Etruscan kings, a new stage began. They rebuilt the city, erected temples, strengthened the walls, organized the army, and carried out reforms that influenced the future state. However, their rule ended with a Roman uprising that expelled Tarquinius Superbus and founded the Republic. Despite this, the Etruscan legacy remained. The Romans continued to use their methods of governance, built in their style, followed their religious traditions, and even adopted their rituals, such as divination by the flight of birds. Rome did not appear overnight, nor did it develop in isolation. Many peoples influenced its formation, but most of all, the Etruscans. This mysterious people lived to the north, in the territory of modern Tuscany. And long before the Romans, they created a developed civilization with rich cities, powerful fortresses, and a complex social structure. When Rome was just beginning to grow, the Etruscans were already actively trading with the Greeks and Phoenicians, building temples, creating powerful armies, and possessing advanced technologies. The young city, finding itself within their sphere of influence, inevitably adopted much that would later help it become the center of a mighty power. The Etruscans taught the Romans to build truly large cities. In early Rome, the streets were chaotic, but Etruscan engineers introduced a clear planning system: straight roads, forums, and districts for the nobility and artisans. They also built the first temples. One of the most significant was the Temple of Jupiter Capitolinus, which was built by Etruscan masters. It was there that the Romans began to offer sacrifices to the main gods, Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva. But it was not only buildings that the Romans borrowed from the Etruscans. They adopted a great deal in religion. The Etruscans were obsessed with divination and believed that the will of the gods was manifested in various signs: in the flight of birds, in the rumble of thunder. The Romans adopted this custom and created a complex system of augur priests who predicted the future by observing the behavior of birds. The Etruscans divined from the livers of sacrificial animals. Without their permission, they did not start wars, build temples, or make state decisions. The Etruscans also influenced Roman military tactics. The Romans used bronze armor, characteristic of the Etruscans, and adopted their combat tactics. Even Rome's military organization partially repeated the structure of Etruscan troops, although over time the Romans significantly improved it. The system of governance in early Rome also largely followed the Etruscan example. Although the Romans expelled the last Etruscan king, many institutions from this period were preserved in the Republic. For example, the Senate, which under the kings was merely a council of nobles, eventually became one of the main organs of power. In addition, the popular assemblies, where important issues were decided, were also borrowed from the Etruscans. Even the daily life of the Romans bore the imprint of Etruscan influence. In the name of the Etruscans, their tradition was part of a ritual dedicated to deceased nobles. Slaves fought each other at the graves of their masters. The Romans adopted this custom and turned it into mass entertainment. Although the Etruscans eventually disappeared as a people, their mark on the history of Rome remained forever. The appeal to the gods. Everything that later became the foundation of Roman civilization was to some extent connected with this ancient people, who were once far more powerful than Rome itself. After the founding of Rome, power in the city was held by kings, but their status, powers, and even the very fact of their existence remain a subject of debate. Ancient Roman tradition speaks of 7 kings, but the first rulers are more like legendary figures than real historical personalities. Their images were formed in oral traditions and later records, which the Romans began to keep hundreds of years after these events. Therefore, the question remains open: was kingship in Rome essentially a monarchy? The Roman, Romulus, his story inseparable from the myth of the city's creation. According to legend, he was the son of Mars, raised by a she-wolf. He was credited with establishing the Senate, the popular assembly, the first laws, and the armed forces. His image served more as a symbol of the beginning of Roman history, rather than reflecting actual events. After Romulus, Numa Pompilius became king. He was presented as a wise ruler who established the cult of the gods, priestly colleges, and religious traditions that defined Roman life forever. According to tradition, he was chosen by the gods, which makes his image more sacred than historical. His peaceful policy contrasted with Tullus Hostilius, the next king, who, it is said, completely ignored religious rites and was only concerned with conquests. Such a stark change in the rulers' characters raises doubts about their historicity. It seems that the Romans created a sequence of kings, where one ruled with peace and another with war. The next king was Ancus Marcius. He was described as a continuer of Numa's traditions, and at the same time as a military leader. It was during his reign, according to tradition, that the first wooden bridge across the Tiber was built, and Ostia, the first Roman colony and seaport, was founded. However, there is no evidence to confirm the existence of these rulers. Their images appear more like idealized figures reflecting different aspects of Roman identity, piety, martial spirit, statehood. The real history begins with the Etruscan kings, Tarquinius Priscus, Servius Tullius, and Tarquinius Superbus. Here there is already archaeological evidence of the construction of defensive walls, temples, and engineering structures. These kings probably did exist, and their reign played an important role in the formation of Rome. The Etruscan kings significantly strengthened and rebuilt Rome. They erected the first stone temple of Jupiter Capitolinus, fortified the city walls, carried out military reforms, and organized a system of social classes. However, the reign of the last king, Tarquinius Superbus, became too cruel and tyrannical. He ruled without the consent of the Senate, suppressed any opposition, eliminated his enemies, and maintained his power only through fear and repression. The key event that led to the overthrow of the monarchy was the tragic story of Lucretia. According to legend, Lucretia was the wife of a noble Roman, Collatinus. She was known for her virtue and fidelity to her husband. However, the son of Tarquinius Superbus, Sextus Tarquinius, committed violence against her. After that, Lucretia committed suicide, unable to bear the shame. Before her death, she called upon her relatives and friends to avenge her and expel the tyrant. This appeal was used by Lucius Junius Brutus, a descendant of one of the aristocrats killed by Tarquinius. He gathered supporters, organized a revolt, and led the expulsion of the king. Brutus, with the support of other Etruscan cities, the Romans rejected his rule. In 509 BC, he was finally expelled, and Rome became a republic. The overthrow of Tarquinius Superbus not only freed Rome from monarchy, but also laid the foundation for a new form of government. There were no more kings, and instead, power passed into the hands of consuls elected for a year. Popular assemblies gained more power, and the main goal of the new state structure was to prevent the return of tyranny. For centuries, the Romans maintained their hatred of monarchy. Anyone who tried to concentrate too much power in his hands became an enemy of the state. Later, during the Republic, even great commanders like Marius faced suspicion of striving for sole power. After the expulsion of the kings, Rome entered a new era, known as the Republic. Unlike a monarchy, where all power was concentrated in the hands of one ruler, the Republic envisioned a system where decisions were made collectively. This did not mean that democracy, in the modern sense, was established in Rome, but the governance of the state, with a separation of powers, became its foundation. In the Republic, the Senate, consuls, and tribunes of the plebs played a role, each fulfilling their function and limiting the power of others. The Senate, which existed even under the kings, remained the most important organ of power. It included representatives of noble families, patricians, who effectively controlled the city's administration. Although the Senate did not pass laws, it offered advice and directed state policy, making it the real center of power. It was in the Senate that issues of war and peace, land distribution, and diplomatic relations were decided. Formally, its decisions were not binding, but in reality, they were rarely challenged. 2 consuls were elected annually. They were the highest magistrates, governing the state and commanding the army. This system allowed for the avoidance of sole power. Consuls could veto each other, and their short term of office did not give them the opportunity to usurp power. Together, they made the most important decisions. During wartime, they commanded legions and personally led troops into battle. However, after their term ended, consuls became ordinary citizens, which served as an additional guarantee against the abuse of power. Over time, it became clear that the new system of governance primarily served the interests of the nobility. The plebeians, that is, free but not noble inhabitants, had no access to power and could not participate in decision-making. This caused dissatisfaction, especially among soldiers who fought for Rome but did not receive equal rights with the patricians. As a result of the tensions, the plebeians began to fight for their rights. One of the main victories of the plebeians was the creation of the office of tribune of the plebs. These representatives of the plebs were elected to protect their interests. They had the right of veto on decisions of the Senate and magistrates, and could oppose unfair laws. Unlike other Roman offices, tribunes were inviolable. Anyone who encroached upon their life or power was considered a criminal. Thanks to this, the plebeians gained an instrument of influence on politics for the first time. Gradually, the structure of the Roman Republic became more complex. In addition to consuls, other magistrates appeared, praetors, who managed judicial matters, censors, who were responsible for the census and the moral character of society, and quaestors, who dealt with finances. All these positions formed a system in which power was divided, and no one could rule alone. Thus, the early republic laid the foundations for the state structure. Although power still remained in the hands of the nobility, the emergence of tribunes of the plebs gave the plebeians the opportunity to influence the governance of the state. This system allowed Rome to become a stable and strong state, which would soon begin to conquer Italy. After the expulsion of the kings and the establishment of the Republic, the Roman state, although it meant the renunciation of the power of one person, did not grant equal rights to all Romans. Power still remained in the hands of the patricians, noble families who controlled the Senate, held all important state positions, and made decisions affecting the fate of the city. At the same time, the plebeians, free but not noble inhabitants, remained at a disadvantage. They paid taxes but had no access to power and could not participate in the governance of the state. Their rights existed only in words, and judicial decisions depended on the arbitrary will of the patricians. This created tensions that soon led to a serious conflict. The plebeians demanded not only political rights, but also protection from the injustice of laws, according to which society was passed down orally and was known only to the patricians. This meant that judges, who came from noble families, could decide cases at their discretion, taking advantage of the fact that no one from the common people knew the exact laws. Court proceedings were often biased, and punishments depended not so much on the crime as on a person's social standing. The situation escalated against the backdrop of the absence of written laws that were known only to the nobility. In 494 BC, the plebeians staged the first strike in Roman history. They left the city and refused to fight in the army. This event was called the First Secession, from the Latin secessio, departure. Without the plebeians, who constituted a significant part of the army, Rome found itself defenseless against its enemies. They were forced to make concessions and agreed to create a new position, the tribune of the plebs, who was to protect the interests of the plebeians. However, this was not enough. The plebeians continued to insist that the laws be written down and become the same for everyone. For a long time, the patricians resisted, fearing that this would deprive them of their privileges. But under pressure, the Senate agreed to begin drafting the first written laws of Rome. In 451 BC, a commission of 10 men, called decemvirs, was created. They were tasked with developing a code of laws that became known as the Laws of the 12 Tables. For 2 years, the decemvirs compiled the laws, relying on the traditions that existed in Rome and the experience of Greek cities such as Athens. In 450 BC, 12 bronze tables were made, on which the fundamental laws of the Roman state were engraved. These tables were displayed on the Forum, so that every Roman could see them and know the rules by which society lived. The laws of the 12 Tables became the first written code of laws in Roman history. They covered all important spheres of life: legal proceedings, family relations, land ownership, debt obligations, and punishment for crimes. For example, they stipulated that the punishment for theft depended on the time of day. If the theft occurred during the day, the thief had to compensate for the damage. And if it occurred at night, the owner had the right to kill him on the spot. They also regulated marriage, inheritance, and trade rules. Although the laws of the 12 Tables enshrined some unequal provisions, for example, they prohibited marriages between patricians and plebeians, they were still an important step towards a state of law. Now, judges could not make decisions at their own discretion, and the plebeians gained at least some protection from the arbitrary actions of the nobility. The plebeians continued their struggle for rights, achieving gradual concessions from the patricians. In 367 BC, they were allowed to hold the office of consul, and in 287 BC, it was decided that the resolutions of the popular assemblies would become binding on the entire state. This meant that the plebeians could participate in the governance of the country on an equal footing. The laws of the 12 Tables became the foundation of Roman law and laid the groundwork for the development of a legal system that would later influence the legislation of many countries. They symbolized Rome's transition from a society where power belonged only to a few to a state where laws became common to all, regardless of origin. After the establishment of the Republic, Rome gradually expanded its possessions. At first, it was just one of many city-states in Italy, but its military organization, political system, and perseverance made it the main contender for dominance. Over 2.5 centuries, the Romans waged continuous wars with neighboring peoples, the Etruscans, Gauls, and Samnites. These conflicts strengthened Rome's military might and laid the foundation for future dominance. One of the first challenges was the struggle with the Etruscans. After the overthrow of the last Etruscan king, Tarquinius Superbus, Etruscan cities such as Veii, Tarquinii, and Luceri tried to regain their power. The main target for the Romans was the city of Veii, the most powerful of the Etruscan city-states. The war with Veii was waged with varying success until 396 BC, when the Roman commander Marcus Furius Camillus employed siege tactics and dug tunnels that allowed his soldiers to penetrate the city unexpectedly. Veii was sacked, and its territory was incorporated into the Roman Republic. In central Italy, the fall of Veii was a heavy blow to the Etruscans, but resistance continued for several decades. The Romans waged wars with other Etruscan cities until they finally lost their independence and were incorporated into the Roman Republic. While Rome was fighting the Etruscans, a new threat was emerging from the north. The Gauls, Celtic tribes living in the territory of modern France, crossed the Alps and attacked Roman lands. The Romans tried to stop them at the Allia River, but suffered a crushing defeat. The enemy army entered Rome and plundered it. On the Capitoline Hill, the Romans were saved by geese. Their loud cries woke the guards. The siege of Rome lasted for several months until the Romans agreed to pay a huge ransom for the liberation of the city. According to tradition, when Roman envoys were handing over gold to the Gauls, their leader Brennus threw his sword onto the scales and uttered the famous phrase, "Woe to the conquered." However, according to another version, it was at this moment that Marcus Furius Camillus gathered an army, attacked the weakened enemies, and drove them out of the city. The sack of Rome was a severe shock, but it also strengthened the Romans' resolve. They realized that they needed to create a stronger army and fortify the city's defenses. Soon, massive stone walls were built around Rome, and the military organization was completely restructured. After victories over the Etruscans and defending the city from the Gauls, the Romans faced another serious adversary. The Samnites, a warlike people living in the mountainous regions of central Italy. They were known for their excellent guerrilla warfare skills and were considered among Rome's most formidable enemies. The conflict between Rome and the Samnites erupted in the late 4th century BC and included 3 major wars. The First Samnite War, 343 to 341 BC, began over a dispute for control of Campania, a rich and fertile region. In this war, the Romans first demonstrated their ability to conduct protracted conflicts and achieved their first territorial gains. The Second Samnite War, 326 to 304 BC, proved to be more prolonged and brutal. In 321 BC, the Samnites inflicted a humiliating defeat on the Romans in the Caudine Forks. However, Rome managed to recover from this defeat. In the Third Samnite War, 298 to 290 BC, the Samnites were defeated. Their lands were incorporated into the Republic, and Rome finally established its dominance in central Italy. After the victory over the Samnites, the Romans became the main force on the peninsula. They still had to subdue the Greek cities in southern Italy, such as Tarentum. The Greeks called for the help of the famous commander Pyrrhus, king of Epirus, who landed in Italy in 280 BC with war elephants. The Romans faced a new type of warfare, but did not retreat. Although Pyrrhus won several victories, his army could not replenish its losses, and the Romans quickly recruited new soldiers. In the end, Pyrrhus was forced to leave Italy, and Rome subdued all the Greek colonies. By 264 BC, Rome controlled almost all of Italy. It created a system of alliances whereby the conquered peoples had to provide soldiers for the Roman army, but retained a certain autonomy. This gave Rome enormous human resources that would later help it in wars against Carthage and further conquests. In 2.5 centuries, Rome went from a small city-state to the master of Italy. Its armies, having defeated the Etruscans, Gauls, and Samnites, bathed it in glory, and its military discipline and ability to adapt to new challenges made the Romans an invincible force. New horizons now opened before Rome. Its next goal became the Mediterranean Sea and the struggle with the mighty Carthage. But its ambitions were not limited to Italy. In the Western Mediterranean, there was another great power, Carthage. This wealthy city-state, founded by the Phoenicians on the coast of North Africa, controlled trade routes, owned colonies in Spain, Sicily, Sardinia, and Corsica, and possessed a powerful fleet. Only an experienced rival, accustomed to dominating the seas, could counter its naval might. The clash of these two powers became inevitable and resulted in 3 bloody Punic Wars. These conflicts lasted for over a century and led to the complete destruction of Carthage. But on the path to victory, Rome had to endure the hardest trials in its history. The greatest threat was posed by Hannibal Barca, one of the greatest commanders of all time, who brought Rome to the brink of destruction. It all began with the struggle for Sicily. This strategically important island, located between Africa and Italy, became the arena of the First Punic War, 264–241 BC. Carthage, possessing a strong fleet, controlled the island, but the Romans created their own warships for the first time, using a special device, the corvus, a boarding bridge with hooks, and were able to transfer land combat to the decks of ships. After long naval battles, Carthage suffered defeat and ceded Sicily to Rome, which became its first province. However, peace proved only temporary. Carthage began to expand into Spain, creating resources for revenge. It was there that Hannibal grew up, a man who almost destroyed Rome. Hannibal was born in 247 BC, into the family of Hamilcar Barca, a Carthaginian commander who dreamed of revenge against Rome. He became an outstanding military leader. In 221 BC, at the age of 26, he took command of the Carthaginian army. The pretext was the city of Saguntum, an ally of Rome. When Hannibal besieged and captured it, the Romans declared war on Carthage. But Hannibal did not wait for an attack. He undertook one of the most daring marches in history. Instead of attacking Rome from the sea, he led his army across the Alps to attack Italy from an unexpected direction. In 218 BC, he began his campaign. His army consisted of 50,000 infantrymen, 9,000 cavalrymen, and 37 war elephants. Crossing the Alps was a grueling ordeal. Avalanches, landslides, starvation, and attacks by local tribes destroyed a significant part of his troops. However, Hannibal not only survived, but also managed to lead an army into Italy ready for battle. His appearance came as a complete shock to the Romans. Over the next few years, he inflicted several crushing defeats on Rome. In 218 BC, he defeated the Romans on the Ticinus River. Then, at the Battle of the Trebia, and in 216 BC he routed another army at Lake Trasimene. However, the worst defeat for the Romans was yet to come. In 216 BC, the Battle of Cannae took place, one of the bloodiest battles of antiquity. Rome assembled a huge army, 86,000 men, hoping to crush the Carthaginians with an encircling maneuver. But Hannibal, with fewer forces, devised a brilliant tactic. His troops in the center gradually retreated, luring the Romans deeper, while the flanks closed in, completely surrounding them. As a result, almost the entire Roman army was annihilated. About 50,000 soldiers perished, including consuls and senators. This was the greatest defeat in Roman history. After Cannae, it seemed that Rome was doomed. However, the Romans did not give up. They abandoned direct confrontations with Hannibal and began a war of attrition. They blocked the supply routes of his army, attacked Carthaginian colonies and fleet, forcing Carthage to fight on two fronts. Hannibal's main opponent became the young Roman commander Publius Cornelius Scipio. He defeated the Carthaginians in Spain, depriving them of their most important resources, and then landed in Africa, forcing Carthage to recall Hannibal from Italy. In 202 BC, the decisive Battle of Zama took place. The Romans, having studied Hannibal's tactics, were able to use them against him. Carthage suffered defeat, was forced to sign a humiliating peace, and lost all its possessions outside Africa. Hannibal did not surrender. He tried to reform Carthage, but the Romans demanded his extradition. He fled east, hiding in the courts of various kings, until in 183 BC he found himself surrounded by Roman troops. To avoid capture, he took poison. Thus died the man who was Rome's most dangerous enemy. Despite his defeat, Hannibal went down in history as one of the greatest commanders. His crossing of the Alps, his tactics at Cannae, and his years of campaigning in Italy made his name legendary. Even the Romans admired his talent years later. Thanks to Hannibal, Rome learned to wage war better, adapted its army, and used more complex strategies. The Punic Wars forged it and made it invincible. After the defeat of Carthage, the road to world domination opened up for Rome. Let's delve a little deeper into how exactly Rome managed to achieve victory after the devastating defeats inflicted by Hannibal. Rome had to revise its approach to warfare. Old methods of combat no longer worked. Hannibal used more flexible tactics, employed encirclements, skillfully used cavalry and attacked the weak points of the Roman army. The Battle of Cannae in 216 BC, where about 50,000 Roman soldiers died, was particularly painful. At that moment, it seemed that Rome was on the verge of destruction. However, instead of surrendering, the Romans began to act differently. They abandoned attempts to force Hannibal into a major battle and shifted to a strategy of attrition. It was thanks to this approach that they managed to hold on and ultimately win the war. The first thing the Romans did was to stop fighting Hannibal in open battle. Realizing that his army was more maneuverable and better prepared, they began to avoid large clashes and focused on destroying his supplies. Roman legions attacked small Carthaginian detachments, destroyed food depots, and blocked supply routes for weapons and provisions. Hannibal found himself in Italy without support from Carthage, and his army gradually weakened. Over time, many of Hannibal's Italian allies began to realize that Rome would not surrender and returned to its rule. At the same time, the Romans strengthened their cities, turning them into impregnable fortresses. Hannibal, accustomed to swift attacks, lacked the siege engines needed to capture large cities. He could win battles, but could not capitalize on his success because the Romans continued to hold their fortifications. Every lost ally of Hannibal meant one more city he could not enter. The next step for the Romans was to move the war to Spain, Carthage's most important source of resources. The young commander, Publius Cornelius Scipio, successfully fought against the Carthaginians in the Iberian Peninsula. In 209 BC, he captured New Carthage, Carthage's main center of power in Spain. Having lost Spain, Carthage lost its financial means for the war, and Hannibal was finally left without reinforcements. Then the Romans decided to strike at Carthage itself. In 204 BC, Scipio landed in North Africa and began to threaten the city itself. The Carthaginians, in panic, recalled Hannibal from Italy. After 15 years of war in Italy, he was forced to return to his homeland, where, in 202 BC, the decisive Battle of Zama took place. This time, the Romans were ready. Scipio had studied Hannibal's tactics and used them against him. He employed cavalry, broke the ranks of the Carthaginian army, and inflicted a decisive defeat. After that, Carthage lost all its possessions outside Africa and was forced to submit to Rome. Victory in the war made Rome the main power in the Mediterranean. But even more importantly, the Romans learned to wage war in a new way. They realized that victory goes not only to the strongest on the battlefield, but also to those who can conduct long-term strategy. The tactics of attrition, cutting off supplies, and transferring hostilities to enemy territory, all of this became the basis of Roman military art, which would later help them conquer the entire ancient world. The Punic Wars transformed Rome into a true military power that would never again allow its enemies to approach its city. After the defeat in the Second Punic War, Carthage was weakened but not destroyed. It lost all its possessions outside Africa, lost its fleet, and the right to wage war without Rome's permission. However, the city itself remained a rich and influential trading center. Over several decades, the Carthaginians managed to restore their economy, strengthen their city walls, and once again become an important regional power. In the minds of the Romans, Carthage was an immortal enemy that had once brought Rome to the brink of destruction. Many Roman politicians and generals believed that as long as Carthage existed, it remained a threat. The most ardent advocate for its destruction was Senator Cato the Elder, who, after every speech in the Senate, regardless of the topic, would add, "Carthage must be destroyed." Soon, the Romans found a pretext for a new war. In 151 BC, the Massiliae, allies of Rome, began to plunder Carthaginian lands. The Carthaginians tried to fight back, but in doing so, they violated the treaty that prohibited them from waging war. This became the formal reason for the Third Punic War in 149 BC. The Romans landed in Africa, demanding the complete disarmament of Carthage. When the Carthaginians agreed, the Romans presented a new ultimatum. They had to leave their city, and Carthage itself had to be destroyed. This time, the inhabitants refused and decided to fight to the last. A siege began, which lasted 3 years. The Carthaginians fought with incredible stubbornness. They reinforced the walls, made weapons from melted statues, and even built new ships directly in the city harbor. The city held out longer than the Romans expected. Only in 146 BC did the Roman commander Publius Cornelius Scipio Aemilianus manage to break through the defenses and storm the city. Brutal street fighting began. The Carthaginians defended themselves in every house, on every street. The last bastion of resistance was the citadel on Byrsa Hill, where thousands of inhabitants took refuge. When the Romans captured the citadel, Carthage fell. According to historians, The city was plundered and burned to the ground. The remaining inhabitants, about 50,000 people, were sold into slavery. The city itself was erased from the face of the earth. There is a myth that the Romans supposedly sowed the land with salt so that nothing would grow there anymore. However, ancient sources do not confirm this fact. Most likely, this is a later invention, emphasizing the cruelty of the Romans. Thus, Carthage, once the greatest city of the Western Mediterranean, ceased to exist. However, centuries later, the Romans built a new colony on its site, Colonia Julia Carthago, which eventually again became an important city and the center of the province of Africa. The destruction of Carthage marked the end of a long-standing confrontation between two great powers of the ancient world. It symbolized Rome's ultimate dominance in the Mediterranean and its transformation into the sole great power of the region. However, legends of the cruelty of this event, including the salting of the land, served more to create an image of Carthage as a city that was erased not only physically but also symbolically, as a reminder that Rome does not forgive its enemies. After the victory over Carthage and complete control of the Mediterranean, Rome transformed into the most powerful state of the ancient world. However, along with this, internal problems began, which eventually led to the fall of the Republic. The vast territories conquered by the Romans required control, and military spoils flowed into the hands of wealthy senators, further widening the gap between the nobility and ordinary citizens. Slaves captured in conquered lands became the main driving force of the economy. They worked in the fields, in the homes of the nobility, and in the construction of roads and cities. Their numbers grew rapidly, and by the 1st century BC, there were almost as many slaves in Italy as free Romans. This led to constant tension, outbreaks of violence, and rebellions. The most famous of these was the Spartacus Revolt, the largest slave uprising in Roman history, which posed a serious threat to the Republic. The story of Spartacus began in Thrace, a region in the territory of modern Bulgaria and Greece. He was a warrior and perhaps even served in Roman auxiliary troops. However, he was later captured and sold into slavery. He was sent to a gladiatorial school in Capua, where he was to become a fighter in the arena. But Spartacus did not accept his fate. In 73 BC, he and about 70 gladiators, led by Lentulus Batiatus, seized weapons and took refuge on the slopes of Mount Vesuvius. This marked the beginning of the largest slave rebellion. Fugitive slaves, peasants, and even some free poor people, dissatisfied with their lives, began to flock to Spartacus. In a short time, his army grew to 100,000 men. The rebels defeated several Roman legions and devastated southern Italy. Initially, Spartacus probably wanted to leave the borders of Rome, go to Gaul or Thrace, from where his people could return home. However, his army was too diverse. Some rebels preferred to plunder cities and enjoy the spoils rather than continue the march. This led to disagreements among the leaders of the revolt. Rome realized that Spartacus posed a mortal threat. The Senate entrusted the suppression of the rebellion to Marcus Licinius Crassus, one of the richest men in Rome. Crassus assembled a powerful army and applied brutal discipline to prevent further defeats. He used the tactic of gradual attrition of the rebels. He surrounded them, cut off their supplies, and did not allow them to escape. In 71 BC, Spartacus attempted to break through to Brundisium and cross into Greece, but he was surrounded. In the decisive battle, his army was routed, and Spartacus himself, according to historians, died in battle, although his body was never found. The surviving rebels faced a cruel execution. The executions by Crassus. 6,000 prisoners were crucified along the Via Appia from Capua to Rome. This served as a frightening reminder of what happened to those who challenged Rome. The Spartacus revolt shook the Republic. It showed that the huge number of slaves in Italy was not only a source of wealth, but also a potential threat. After this, Rome strengthened its control over slaves, but could not completely abandon the slave system. Soon, Crassus, who suppressed the revolt, gained even more influence and went down in history as one of the most powerful men of his time, alongside Julius Caesar. However, social tension in the Republic only grew, and even deeper political instability awaited Rome. After the Italian revolt, Rome needed strong leaders capable of maintaining power over its vast territory. The hostility between the aristocracy and popular leaders, constant wars, and instability led to the weakening of traditional republican institutions. During this period, Julius Caesar emerged on the political scene, a man whose conquests, reforms, and ambitions undermined the foundations of the Republic and led Rome to a new era. He became a dictator, destroyed the old political system, but paid for it with his life. However, his assassination did not save the Republic. On the contrary, it accelerated its end. Caesar came from a patrician family, but his influence extended beyond the traditional aristocracy. He began his political career by supporting the popular parties that opposed the senatorial nobility. Even in his youth, he became famous for his oratorical skills, charisma, and ambitions. In 60 BC, he formed an alliance with two powerful men of that time, Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, a popular commander, and Marcus Licinius Crassus, the richest man in Rome. This agreement was called the First Triumvirate. It allowed Caesar to govern the provinces of Cisalpine and Transalpine Gaul. One of the most famous conquest campaigns in history, from 58 to 50 BC, Caesar conducted in Gaul. He conquered Belgium, parts of Switzerland, and Germany. In 58 BC, he defeated the Helvetii tribes, the Germans under Ariovistus, and conquered the Belgae. And in 57 BC, he defeated the Veneti, who controlled the coastal regions. In 52 BC, the Gauls raised a major revolt under Vercingetorix, but Caesar surrounded his army in the fortress of Alesia and achieved a decisive victory. Gaul was completely subdued, and Caesar himself gained immense popularity among the soldiers and common Romans, which caused alarm among the Senate. While Caesar was fighting in Gaul, a power struggle began in Rome. In 53 BC, Crassus died in the Battle of Carrhae. Pompey drew closer to the Senate and became its main political opponent. In 50 BC, the Senate, fearing Caesar's growing influence, demanded that he lay down his command and return to Rome without his army. But Caesar had no intention of obeying. In 49 BC, he crossed the border of Italy, the Rubicon River, with the words, "The die is cast." This marked the beginning of the Civil War. Pompey and his supporters retreated to Greece, hoping to gather forces for the fight. But in 48 BC, Caesar defeated them at the Battle of Pharsalus. Pompey fled to Egypt, where he was murdered on the orders of the local rulers. Caesar arrived in Alexandria and supported Cleopatra in her struggle for the throne. Their alliance was not only political, but also personal. They had a son, Caesarion. After Egypt, Caesar went to Asia Minor, where he quickly suppressed a rebellion and uttered the famous phrase, "Veni, vidi, vici," I came, I saw, I conquered. Then he defeated the remnants of the senatorial army in Africa and Spain. In 45 BC, he returned to Rome, becoming the sole ruler. Caesar began extensive reforms. He distributed land to veterans, lowered taxes, granted citizenship to inhabitants of the provinces, and standardized the calendar, introducing the Julian calendar, which is still used today. He significantly expanded the Senate, including his supporters from the provinces, which weakened the influence of the old Roman nobility. His laws contributed to the strengthening of power and centralization of the state, but caused dissatisfaction among the Republicans. Many senators feared that Caesar wanted to become king. Although he did not officially accept this title, in February 44 BC, he was offered the crown, but he refused. However, soon after, he was declared dictator for life, which effectively made him the sole ruler of Rome. Discontent grew. A conspiracy was formed in the Senate, led by Marcus Junius Brutus and Gaius Cassius Longinus. They believed that Caesar's assassination would save the Republic. On March 15, 44 BC, on the day known as the Ides of March, Caesar attended a Senate meeting. There, the conspirators surrounded him and inflicted 23 dagger wounds. According to legend, when he saw Brutus among the killers, he uttered, "Et tu, Brute? And you, Brutus?" Caesar died on the spot, but his assassination did not save the Republic. A new civil war began between his supporters and his assassins. Ultimately, his heir, Octavian, won, and in 27 BC, he became the first Roman emperor. Thus, Caesar became the last great leader of the Republic. After his death, a new era of Rome began, the era of emperors. After the assassination of Caesar and the defeat of his enemies at the Battle of Philippi, the Roman Republic formally still existed, but in reality it was no longer governed by the Senate. All power was concentrated in the hands of the two strongest politicians, Gaius Octavian and Mark Antony. Their alliance was forced. Both understood that as long as the assassins of Caesar were alive, it was more advantageous for them to act together. But after defeating Brutus and Cassius, their alliance began to crumble. The Romans divided their spheres of influence. Octavian ruled the western provinces, while Antony went to Egypt, taking control of the eastern territories. This divided them forever. Each of them sought sole power, and their confrontation led to the final civil war, as a result of which the Roman Republic finally disappeared. Antony, falling into the Eastern world, quickly became involved in its luxurious and independent life. He stopped seeing Rome as the center of power, and spent more and more time in Egypt, where Cleopatra awaited him, the queen who had once captured the heart of Caesar himself. They became not only allies, but also lovers. For Antony, this alliance meant the support of the wealthiest power in the East, a chance to strengthen his power and make Egypt the center of a new empire. Their relationship caused alarm in Rome. Antony gave Roman territories to Cleopatra's children and organized a grand ceremony in Alexandria, during which he declared her Queen of Kings and divided the East among her heirs. In the eyes of the Romans, this looked like treason. Octavian, taking advantage of this, launched a campaign against Antony. In 32 BC, he published Antony's will, in which he expressed his desire to be buried in Alexandria, next to Cleopatra, and not in Rome. This was a shock to the Romans. One of the most powerful men of the Republic preferred a foreign queen to his homeland. Fearing Egyptian influence, the Senate declared war on Cleopatra, and Antony found himself in a difficult position. Now he looked not like a contender for power, but like an ally of the enemy. In 31 BC, Octavian began a military campaign against Antony and Cleopatra. He had a strong army, but his main advantage was his fleet, commanded by his best general, Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa. Antony and Cleopatra assembled a powerful fleet, but their ships were heavy and less maneuverable. In 31 BC, near Cape Actium in the Ionian Sea, Antony and Cleopatra took up defensive positions in a Greek port, hoping that Octavian would be forced to attack on land. But Agrippa cut off their supply routes. Soon their army began to suffer from hunger and disease. Realizing that time was running against him, Antony decided to give battle at sea. The Battle of Actium became one of the most important in Roman history. Octavian's fleet, consisting of light and fast ships, attacked the massive Egyptian vessels. The battle lasted for several hours, but in the midst of the fight, Cleopatra, with a squadron of 60 ships, unexpectedly left the battle and rushed towards Egypt. Seeing this, Antony lost his composure and followed her, leaving his army without command. Deprived of their leader, his fleet was surrounded and destroyed. Octavian's victory was complete. After Antony's defeat, Cleopatra and Antony fled to Egypt. Their situation was catastrophic. In 30 BC, his troops approached Alexandria. Antony tried to gather his last forces, but most of his soldiers defected to the winner. Realizing that the battle was lost, he committed suicide. According to one version, He threw himself on his sword. According to another, he was wounded and died in Cleopatra's arms. Cleopatra negotiated her fate with Octavian. She was to be paraded in Rome as a war trophy. To avoid public humiliation, she chose death. According to legend, she ordered a poisonous snake, an asp, to be brought, and allowed it to bite her. Thus died the last queen of Egypt. After these events, Egypt was transformed into a Roman province. This meant not only the end of independent Egypt, but also the end of the entire era of Hellenistic kingdoms that remained after the collapse of Alexander the Great's empire. Octavian remained the sole ruler of Rome, and in 27 BC, he officially renounced his dictatorial powers, after which the Senate granted him the title of Augustus. Formally, he presented himself as a defender of republican traditions, but in fact, he became the first Roman emperor. The Republic finally disappeared. Thus began the era of the Roman Empire, which would exist for several more centuries. After winning the Civil War, Octavian found himself in a unique position. He was the only person who controlled the Roman army, finances, and administration. His enemies were destroyed, and the people, tired of decades of bloody wars, desired stability. However, he had a serious problem. Rome remained a republic, and the Romans remembered the fate of Caesar, who was killed for attempting to usurp power. Openly declaring himself monarch would have been too risky, so Octavian chose the path of gradual consolidation of power, while preserving the illusion of republican traditions. In 27 BC, he made a triumphant return to Rome. The people greeted him as a savior. The Senate showered him with honors, and he was granted many titles. But he was in no hurry to assume dictatorial powers. In 27 BC, he took a crucial step. At a Senate meeting, he announced that he was relinquishing his extraordinary powers and handing over the governance of the state back to the senators. This was a carefully thought-out move, as Octavian knew that without him the Senate could not cope. The senators, realizing this, begged him to remain in power. He pretended to yield to their requests and took charge of the most problematic provinces, those where Roman legions were stationed. This meant that he retained control of the army and, therefore, of all Roman politics. At the same time, he was granted the title of princeps, meaning first among equals. This was a religious and symbolic title, not associated with official positions, but it created the image of the first among equals, which allowed him to control the Senate, but did not look like a monarchy. This became the basis of the new rule, based on the Principate, where republican institutions were formally preserved. But Augustus carefully gathered all the most important powers in his hands. He received the powers of a tribune of the plebs, which gave him the right to veto Senate decisions and propose laws. He became consul for life and Pontifex Maximus, controlling both state and religious life. Finally, he became the supreme commander of the Roman army. This meant that no commander could raise a rebellion without his knowledge, and therefore civil wars would no longer be repeated. But Augustus understood that power alone was not enough. He needed to win public support. He carried out a series of reforms that strengthened the economy, the army, and the system of governance. He reduced the number of legions, leaving only those troops that were completely loyal to him, and created the Praetorian Guard, his personal security force, consisting of the best soldiers. He established new taxes that financed the construction of roads, temples, aqueducts, and forums. He also distributed land to veterans, which made the army personally loyal to him. Augustus paid special attention to his image. He refused luxury, wore simple white togas, avoided pompous titles, presenting himself as a servant of the state, not a tyrant. He used art and literature to create his legend. Poets like Virgil wrote works glorifying Roman values. Officially, Augustus did not pass power by inheritance, but he gradually prepared successors from his family. He promoted his relatives to high positions, involving them in the governance of the state. In 14 BC, he finally consolidated his power, receiving lifetime tribunician powers, which made him an effectively unlimited ruler. By this time, no one doubted that the Republic no longer existed. Augustus ruled for more than 40 years, and his reign became a symbol of peace and stability. He died in 14 AD, and his successor, Tiberius, inherited power without resistance. This was the final confirmation that the Republic had disappeared, and Rome had finally turned into an empire. The new political system would survive for several more centuries, and Augustus would remain in history as the first Roman emperor who managed to create a strong system in which the power of one person was perceived as something natural. After consolidating his power, Augustus realized that long-term rule required more than just defeating enemies. It was necessary to create a system that would ensure the stability of the state and prevent new civil wars. He could not openly declare himself king, as the Romans hated monarchy, but in fact he concentrated all power in his hands. To strengthen the empire, he carried out large-scale reforms, changing the army, system of governance, taxation, and legislation. These changes not only allowed him to maintain control, but also created a solid foundation on which the empire would exist for several more centuries. One of Augustus's first steps was the creation of a professional army. In the era of the Republic, legionaries were recruited for wartime and returned to their farms after it. This made the army unreliable. Soldiers were not loyal to the state, and many commanders used them for personal gain. Augustus decided to change this system. Now, military service became professional and voluntary. Legionaries signed a contract for 16 years, and later the term increased to 20 years. In return, they received a monthly salary and a guaranteed payment after service, either in money or in the form of land. This made soldiers loyal not to the Senate, but personally to the emperor, as he ensured their future. Augustus reduced the number of legions from 60 to 28, leaving only the best and most loyal troops. He also reorganized auxiliary troops, which included cavalry and archers. Recruits from the provinces were granted Roman citizenship after 25 years of service, which made the army an important tool for integrating conquered peoples. To protect the emperor himself, the praetorians were created, an elite unit stationed in Italy. These troops received higher salaries and had privileges, but subsequently, it was they who began to interfere in politics and even depose emperors. In the Republic, the administration of provinces was chaotic. Governors were appointed for short terms, often engaged in corruption, and after leaving, they left behind chaos. Augustus changed this system by dividing the provinces into senatorial, relatively peaceful territories where constant presence of legions was not required, and they were managed by proconsuls, and imperial, such as Egypt, Gaul, and Syria, which were strategically important and under Augustus's direct control. The main armies were stationed there, and governors were appointed by the emperor himself. For effective management, he created new administrative positions. Procurators were introduced who managed finances, taxes, and justice, and prefects who were responsible for military security and order in the provinces. The prefect of Egypt held a special position. The governor of this richest province, appointed only from among the Romans, accountable only to the emperor, and subordinate only to the emperor. One of the main problems of the Republic was the tax collection system. Before Augustus's reforms, taxes were collected by private tax farmers, publicans, who often demanded more from the population than was due. This caused hatred towards Rome and led to rebellions. Augustus abolished this institution and introduced direct taxation. Taxes were collected by state officials, which reduced corruption. He also conducted a census to accurately determine the tax base. Now, taxes were calculated based on the number of inhabitants and the value of property, which made the system fairer. The tax mechanisms introduced by Augustus lasted for several centuries in the Roman Empire. Augustus understood that laws should not only maintain order, but also strengthen his power. He began by expanding the Senate, including representatives from the provinces. This reduced the influence of the old aristocracy and made the Senate more loyal to the emperor. He paid special attention to moral legislation. He believed that Rome was losing its traditional values and tried to return Romans to discipline and family virtue. He introduced laws encouraging marriage and childbirth. Senators could not marry former slaves, and unmarried people and childless families were fined. At the same time, he increased punishments for adultery and extravagant spending. Augustus also took care of improving Rome. He carried out a large-scale reconstruction of the city, built new forums, temples, aqueducts, and bridges. Under him, the first state fire brigade and city guard, which maintained order in the capital, were created. He himself said, "I found Rome of clay and left it of marble," emphasizing how much the city had changed during his reign. He also improved the road network. Under him, the new Appian Way was built, connecting Italy with the Spanish provinces, and many other roads were renovated. This facilitated trade, accelerated troop movements, and made the empire's administration more efficient. Augustus understood that long-term power required not only strength, but also recognition of him as a special individual. Temples in his honor began to appear in the provinces, and his name was mentioned in prayers. Formally, he did not declare himself a god during his lifetime, but the Senate officially proclaimed him divine Augustus. This created a new tradition. Future emperors would also be declared divine. Augustus managed to create a new system of governance that ensured stability and lasted for several centuries. He transformed the army, making it professional and loyal to the state, reformed the tax and administrative system, and enacted laws that maintained order. His reign marked the beginning of the Pax Romana era, the Roman peace, when wars within the empire almost ceased and the economy and culture flourished. His reforms proved so effective that even after his death, Rome continued to follow these principles, remaining the largest power of the ancient world. After the death of Augustus in 14 AD, the Roman Empire officially passed to Tiberius, but this transition was not as smooth as it might have seemed. Augustus had spent many years creating a cult of his personality, presenting himself as the savior of Rome, who had ended the civil wars and established long-awaited order. The people were accustomed to seeing Augustus not just as a ruler, but as an almost divine figure, and no one could compare to him in authority. Tiberius found himself in a difficult situation. He inherited a great empire, but lacked both popular love and political charisma. He was a talented military leader, disciplined and calculating, but gloomy, unsociable, and suspicious. He disliked the Senate, did not trust his entourage, and ultimately turned his reign into an era of fear, intrigue, and repression. Tiberius, born in 42 BC, came from the noble Claudian family, but his position changed drastically when his mother, Livia, married Augustus. The emperor himself had no sons, so Livia spent many years trying to promote her son to power. However, Augustus did not consider him as an heir for a long time. He hoped to pass power to blood relatives, first to Marcellus, then to Gaius and Lucius Caesars, but all of them died young. In the end, when he had no other options left, he adopted Tiberius and appointed him his successor. For Tiberius himself, this was not a joy, but rather a heavy burden. He was forced to divorce his beloved wife, Vipsania Agrippina, and marry the widow of Gaius Caesar, Julia, the daughter of Augustus. This marriage proved unhappy, and Tiberius hated Julia throughout his life. Moreover, Augustus himself did not have warm feelings towards him, calling him a man who does everything right but without joy. When Augustus died, Tiberius was in no hurry to take power. He pretended to be unsure whether he should rule, and allegedly hesitated, waiting for the Senate's approval. This was part of his cautious policy. He wanted to show that he was not imposing himself as the new ruler. However, the Senate perfectly understood that they had no choice. Tiberius already commanded the army, and his mother Livia controlled the court. In the end, the Senate officially granted him powers, and Tiberius became the second emperor of Rome. But, unlike Augustus, he did not hide his real power behind republican formalities. He did not strive to be loved, did not give gifts to the people, and did not organize large-scale celebrations. This immediately made him unpopular. For the first time, Tiberius tried to maintain a balance between the Senate and imperial power. But he quickly became disillusioned with the senators. He considered them spineless, praising him in words, but secretly dreaming of getting rid of him. Gradually, he began to distance himself from them, making decisions only with a narrow circle of confidants. He also stopped many of Augustus's costly projects, reduced expenses, and tried to strengthen the empire's finances. However, his reign increasingly turned into a reign of fear. One of the key tools of his power was the practice of denunciation. In Rome, there had always been accusations of treason, maiestas, but under Tiberius they turned into real terror. Anyone could be accused of treason if they said something careless about the ruler or his entourage. As a result, a wave of denunciations began. People betrayed their friends, relatives, and even teachers, hoping in this way to gain the emperor's favor. Denouncers received part of the property of the condemned, making denunciation a business. Senators lived in fear, many preferring to commit suicide to avoid shame, public trial, and confiscation of property. Tiberius became increasingly gloomy and suspicious. In 23 AD, his only son, Drusus, died, and after that, the emperor completely lost interest in state affairs. He increasingly relied on his favorite, the prefect of the Praetorian Guard, Sejanus. This man was ambitious intriguer. He convinced Tiberius that conspiracies were brewing everywhere and began to eliminate all potential rivals. Soon he achieved Tiberius's complete withdrawal from politics. In 26 AD, Tiberius unexpectedly left Rome and moved to the island of Capri, where he lived the rest of his life in seclusion, rarely receiving ambassadors, not attending state events, and intervening in imperial affairs less and less. He effectively handed over the governance of the state to Sejanus, who established a harsh dictatorship. On Capri, he became a recluse. His palace became a place shrouded in rumors. Many claimed he indulged in debauchery and unrestrained entertainment. Although modern historians doubt the truth of these stories, in 31 AD, he suddenly realized that Sejanus had gained too much power. He secretly organized his arrest, and the prefect was seized right at a Senate meeting. That same day he was executed, and then a new wave of repression began. Everyone who had ever been associated with Sejanus was sentenced to death. This only intensified the atmosphere of fear in Rome. In his last years, Tiberius showed little interest in governing the state. He was a deeply unhappy person, disillusioned with people, surrounded by traitors and enemies. He became obsessed with omens and magic, avoided public events, and led a secluded life. In 37 AD, he fell seriously ill, and his entourage was already preparing to transfer power to his successor, Gaius Julius Caesar, better known as Caligula. However, Tiberius unexpectedly recovered. According to one version, he was strangled on the orders of Caligula, who did not want to wait for his death. Tiberius's reign left contradictory memories. He was not a bad administrator. His economic policy strengthened the empire's finances, and the army remained disciplined and powerful under him. But his constant suspicion, the atmosphere of terror, his withdrawal from affairs, and the influence of court intriguers made his figure grim. After his death, the Romans did not mourn, but merely waited for the next ruler. They hoped that the new emperor would restore joy and confidence in the future to Rome. But ahead of them lay the reign of a man who would become a symbol of tyranny and madness, Caligula. After the death of Tiberius in 37 AD, the Roman Empire fell into the hands of a young and charismatic ruler, Gaius Julius Caesar Germanicus, known as Caligula. His accession to power was initially met with enthusiasm. The Romans hoped that his reign would usher in a new, bright era. After the long years of fear and repression that marked Tiberius's reign, the people were ready to praise Caligula as a savior, and the Senate hastened to assure him of its loyalty. However, in just 4 years of his rule, all previous enthusiasm disappeared. Caligula went down in history as one of the most insane and cruel Roman emperors. But how accurately does this image reflect reality? Was he truly mentally ill, or was his reputation the result of malicious propaganda and political intrigues? Caligula was born in 12 AD and was the son of Germanicus, one of Rome's most beloved commanders. His father was a relative of Augustus and was considered an ideal candidate for the role of future ruler, but he suddenly died under mysterious circumstances. Rumors circulated that he was poisoned by the governor of Syria on Tiberius's orders. After that, Caligula, along with his mother Agrippina the elder and his brothers, fell out of favor. Emperor Tiberius feared potential contenders for the throne and dealt with most of Germanicus's family. Caligula's mother and older brother were exiled and died in exile, and his second brother also died in prison. Only Caligula himself managed to survive, probably because he was still too young and did not pose a threat. To stay alive, he learned the art of pretense. In Tiberius's entourage, he behaved humbly, hiding his emotions and thoughts. Later, contemporaries noted that this period could have influenced his subsequent behavior, making him suspicious and cruel. When Tiberius died, the heir became the 18-year-old Caligula. The Senate approved him as the new emperor without hesitation, and the people of Rome greeted him with jubilation. The first months of his reign truly seemed like a golden age. Caligula abolished Tiberius's cruel laws, amnestied unjustly convicted people, brought prominent Romans back from exile, organized grand games, and generously distributed money. He was young, handsome, energetic, and enjoyed incredible popularity. However, after a few months, everything changed. According to ancient authors, at the end of 37 AD, Caligula fell seriously ill. Some believe he suffered from meningitis or a severe fever, while others suggest he may have been poisoned. He survived, but after his recovery, he became a completely different person. His behavior became harsh, hot-tempered, and cruel. Suddenly, he began to suspect conspiracies everywhere, eliminating potential rivals. He executed his own son-in-law, killed his father-in-law, and forced the loyal prefect of the Praetorian Guard to commit suicide. The senators, who initially enthusiastically supported the new emperor, now lived in fear. The most famous stories about Caligula were tales of his eccentric behavior. According to ancient authors, he declared himself God and demanded to be worshipped as Jupiter. In the temple of Castor and Pollux, he set up a throne for himself and received visitors there as if he were the supreme deity. He dressed in Jupiter's robes, held lightning bolts, impersonating Jupiter, or dressed in women's clothes to represent Venus. Many Romans perceived this as an insult to tradition. One of the most famous stories about Caligula was the legend of his horse Incitatus. According to legend, the emperor built a marble palace for him, ordered him to be fed with golden flakes, and intended to make him a consul. This story has been used for centuries as an example of absurd tyranny, but modern historians suggest that it might have been a sarcastic gesture on Caligula's part. Perhaps he simply wanted to show that the consular office had become so devalued that even a horse could hold it. He humiliated the Senate, forcing noble Romans to dance at feasts, dress as women, and participate in wild entertainment. He could execute or exile entire families if he suspected them of disloyalty. Many historians describe a scene where he stood before the Senate and declared that he wished Rome had one large neck so he could sever it with a single blow. Of course, such statements frightened the elite. But was his policy entirely chaotic? Despite his reputation, Caligula was not an incompetent ruler. He completed the construction of the Claudian aqueduct, strengthened the empire's borders, conducted a successful campaign in Germany, and prepared for the conquest of Britain. However, his military plans often turned into farce. He declared war on Neptune and ordered soldiers to collect seashells on the shore, claiming it was military booty. In the end, his behavior became so unpredictable that even his own guard ceased to trust him. In 41 AD, the Praetorians, who were supposed to protect the emperor, organized a conspiracy themselves. The emperor was killed. The first blow was dealt by one of the Praetorians, Cassius Chaerea. Then the conspirators fell upon Caligula and inflicted dozens of wounds on him. His body was mutilated, and his wife and daughter were also killed, so that no heirs would remain. After his death, the Senate tried to restore the Republic, but it was too late. The Praetorians found a new emperor, Claudius, Caligula's uncle, who was hiding in the palace at the time of his nephew's assassination. Thus, the senators' attempt to get rid of the power of a single ruler failed, and the Principate continued its existence. Caligula's image remained in history as a symbol of a mad tyrant. However, modern researchers suggest that his reputation is largely the result of a black legend created by his enemies. He broke traditions, humiliated and disrespected the Roman aristocracy, and for this they could not forgive him. Perhaps he was not insane in the literal sense, but his style of rule was too harsh and unpredictable for Roman society. He was removed not because he was insane, but because he posed a threat to the elite, who did not want to lose their power. Following Caligula's assassination in 41 AD, the empire plunged into chaos. The Senate attempted to restore the Republic, But the Praetorians, needing an emperor, began to search for a new ruler. They found him in the person of Claudius, Caligula's uncle, who was hiding in the palace at the time of his nephew's murder. Seeing that there was no other alternative, the Senate was forced to recognize his power. Claudius ascended the throne not by his own will, but managed to hold on to power and implement a series of reforms that strengthened the empire. Claudius was born in 10 BC and was a member of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, but from childhood he was considered physically weak and unfit for governance. He suffered from a stutter, was awkward, and was often ridiculed by his relatives. Augustus did not consider him a successor, and Tiberius kept him in the shadows. However, Claudius was intelligent and educated, studying history, law, and administration. He did not participate in political intrigues, which perhaps saved his life. While other potential heirs perished, Claudius lived in isolation, content with minor titles, but remaining in the shadows. After Claudius was proclaimed emperor, he immediately faced problems. The senators treated him with contempt and considered him a puppet of the Praetorians. The military and Praetorians, who had effectively elevated him to the throne, demanded rewards. He paid them the promised money, then carried out a purge of the Senate, eliminating opponents of his rule. He distrusted the aristocracy and surrounded himself with freedmen and officials to whom he entrusted the administration of key areas of the state. This caused dissatisfaction among the Roman elite, but allowed Claudius to create an effective administrative system. One of the main achievements of his reign was the conquest of Britain. In 43 AD, he sent legions to Britain under the command of Aulus Plautius. The campaign was successful, and a few months later, Claudius himself arrived on the island to formally accept the capitulation of local leaders. After that, Britain became a Roman province. The conquest was accompanied by the construction of roads, fortresses, and forts, which allowed Rome to establish itself in the region. Besides Britain, Claudius also annexed Armenia and expanded Roman influence in the east. Claudius's internal reforms made the empire's administration more organized. He was the first to create a full-fledged bureaucratic system, dividing administrative positions among officials responsible for finance, taxes, the judicial system, and provinces. Before him, senators handled these matters, but Claudius involved freedmen and professional administrators who had no political ambitions and were personally loyal to him. This strengthened the emperor's control over the state apparatus, Claudius expanded the rights of provincials, simplifying the process of obtaining Roman citizenship. He actively attracted elites from various regions to administration, which contributed to the integration of conquered peoples into the Roman system. He carried out large-scale construction projects. Under him, the new port of Ostia was built, which improved Rome's grain supply. Aqueducts, roads, bridges, and temples were erected, and the empire's borders were strengthened. He restored discipline in the army, ensuring that soldiers served properly. However, his personal life was unstable. He married 4 times, and each of his marriages proved politically problematic. His last wife, Agrippina the Younger, who managed to marry Claudius to secure the throne for her son Nero, became the most famous. According to rumors, it was she who organized Claudius's murder in 54 AD by poisoning his food. After his death, Nero was proclaimed the new emperor. Despite the contempt of the Roman nobility, Claudius managed to strengthen the empire, expand its borders, and create an administrative system that lasted for centuries. After his death, his reforms continued to influence Rome's governance, and his conquests became key to the empire's further development. After Claudius's murder in 54 AD, power in the Roman Empire passed to his adopted son Nero. He was still a teenager when his mother, Agrippina the Younger, did everything she could to secure the throne for him. She was the daughter of Germanicus, granddaughter of Tiberius, and sister of Caligula, and now the widow of Claudius. It was she who persuaded the emperor to adopt Nero and declare him heir instead of his own son, Britannicus. After the death of Claudius, which many considered the result of poisoning organized by Agrippina, Nero became the youngest emperor in Roman history. He was only 16 years old, and no one knew what to expect from him. The first years of his reign were under the guidance of experienced mentors, the philosopher Seneca, the prefect of the Praetorian Guard, Burrus, and, of course, Agrippina. They tried to maintain order by adhering to principles of moderation and justice. However, as he grew older, Nero increasingly distanced himself from his mother, striving for independence. Soon he showed that he did not want to be just a puppet, and for this he was ready to get rid of anyone who threatened his power. The turning point was the murder of Agrippina. Initially, she tried to maintain influence over her son, interfering in his personal life, choice of advisors, and policies. When Nero began to distance himself, she tried to promote Britannicus to the throne, but he suddenly died, likely from poison. This was a warning to Agrippina, but she did not give up. Then Nero decided to eliminate her. In 55 AD, he arranged a shipwreck, hoping his mother would die during a sea voyage. But she miraculously survived, reaching the shore. Then Nero sent soldiers who killed her in her own home. After that, he officially announced that his mother had intended to kill him. After his mother's murder, Nero was completely freed from her influence. He became increasingly immersed in the world of art, theater, and entertainment. He considered himself a great singer, actor, and poet. Unlike previous emperors who tried to maintain propriety, Nero openly performed on stage, which caused outrage among the Roman aristocracy. Soon, his extravagant lifestyle began to ruin his reputation. He held grand feasts, participated in chariot races, lived among actors, musicians, and circus performers, completely disregarding state affairs. All this annoyed the Senate, which expected seriousness and dignity from the emperor. In 64 AD, an event occurred that became the most famous in his reign, the Great Fire of Rome. On the night of July 18, a fire broke out in the city, which raged for 6 days. The flames destroyed almost 2/3 of the city, including poor quarters, temples, and public buildings. Thousands of people were left homeless. The fire spread so quickly that many suspected, was it an accident? Rumors arose that Nero himself had ordered the city to be set on fire to clear space for a grand palace. Later, the legend emerged that during the fire, he stood on the roof of his palace, played the lyre, and composed poems about the destruction of Troy. However, historians doubt this. Nero himself was outside the city at that time, and upon his return, he did organize aid for the victims. He ordered a reduction in bread prices, opened his palaces to refugees, and even commissioned new urban planning. But the rumors had already spread, and people demanded that a culprit be found to absolve themselves of suspicion. Nero blamed the Christians. These were little-known followers of a new religion who did not worship Roman gods even then. They were arrested, tortured, burned at the stake, crucified, and many died illuminating their bodies as living torches. Thus began the first official persecution of Christians, which continued for several centuries after the fire. Nero began construction of the Golden House, Domus Aurea, a huge palace complex surrounded by artificial lakes, gardens, and statues. This project outraged Rome because it was built on land that had previously belonged to the people. Despite this, Nero continued his madness, and in the eyes of the people, he increasingly turned into a tyrant. Discontent grew, and soon the Pisonian conspiracy broke out against him in 65 AD. A group of senators, officers, and aristocrats attempted to organize Nero's assassination. Even Seneca, his former mentor, participated in the conspiracy. But the plan was discovered, and massive repressions began. The conspirators were executed or forced to commit suicide. After that, Nero became even more suspicious. He eliminated anyone he suspected of disloyalty, and did not trust the Senate. In the last years of his reign, the emperor completely lost touch with reality. He went to Greece, where he participated in the Olympic Games. He bribed the judges and declared himself the winner of the races, even though he fell from his chariot. He gave theatrical performances, forcing noble Romans to listen to his performances under penalty of death. He ordered the death of his wife, Poppaea, by kicking her during a fit of anger. He ordered the construction of a giant statue in his honor in Rome, and openly spoke of his divinity. In the eyes of the aristocracy, he looked like a madman. In 68 AD, rebellions began. The governor of Gaul, Vindex, rose in revolt, declaring Nero an enemy of Rome. He was joined by the governor of Spain, Galba. The rebellion spread rapidly, and the army refused to support the emperor. The Senate declared him a public enemy. When the soldiers entered Rome, Nero tried to flee, but no one defended him. He hid in a country villa, where he realized that even his most loyal servants had betrayed him. As soldiers approached him, he cried out, "What a great artist dies!" and plunged a dagger into his throat. Thus ended his mad reign, and with it the Julio-Claudian dynasty. After his death, Rome found itself on the verge of chaos. The year 69 began, the year of the 4 emperors, during which power changed hands 4 times, and Rome became the arena of fierce struggle for the throne. In the end, Vespasian ascended the throne, the founder of the Flavian dynasty. In 69 AD, the Roman Empire found itself without a clear successor. For the first time, power passed not by right of inheritance, but became the subject of struggle between powerful military leaders. The empire entered a period of political chaos known as the Year of the 4 Emperors. Within 1 year, power changed hands 4 times, and Rome became the arena of fierce struggle for the throne. After Nero's death, the first emperor to be proclaimed was Servius Sulpicius Galba, governor of Hispania, who had rebelled against Nero. He enjoyed the support of the Senate and rebel governors, but proved to be an incompetent ruler. Galba refused to pay the soldiers the promised rewards, which immediately made him unpopular among the army and the Praetorian Guard. To strengthen his position, he chose a successor, but did so very unsuccessfully, ignoring the ambitious and influential Marcus Salvius Otho. Soon, Otho organized a conspiracy and bribed the Praetorians. Meanwhile, in Germany, a new contender for the throne was proclaimed, Aulus Vitellius, supported by the legions of the Rhine. His troops marched on Italy, and Otho tried to stop them at the Battle of Cremona. In the end, Vitellius won, occupied Rome, but his reign proved equally short-lived. He was known for his cruelty, gorged himself to exhaustion, and spent vast sums on his entertainment, soon becoming extremely unpopular. In the provinces, a new contender rose, Titus Flavius Vespasian, an experienced commander who was waging war against the rebellious Jews in Judea. He was supported by the Syrian, Egyptian, and Danubian legions, after which he directed his troops towards Rome. The Second Battle of Cremona ended with Vespasian's victory. His troops entered the capital. Vitellius tried to hide, but he was found and killed. After the devastating year of the 4 emperors and destructive civil wars, Rome was exhausted. The economy was in ruins, and the authority of power was at its lowest level. The new emperor, Titus Flavius Vespasian, understood that if he did not restore stability, the empire could collapse completely. Unlike his predecessors, Vespasian was not an aristocrat, but a man of simple origin who rose through military success. He was an active, practical man of action, not prone to empty rhetoric. He immediately set about restoring order, rebuilding finances, and strengthening Roman statehood. However, he understood that economic reform alone was not enough. The people needed confidence in the future, needed to believe that the era of chaos was over. For this, he conceived a grand project that was to become a symbol of the new era. This project, later known as the Colosseum, was begun even under Vespasian. Before starting construction, Vespasian carried out reforms aimed at replenishing the depleted treasury. Wars and endless coups had ruined Rome. The treasury was empty. The armies required salaries, and the infrastructure was falling into decay. Vespasian was known for his practicality and active tax policy. He introduced a fee for the use of public toilets, which earned him ridicule from his contemporaries, increased taxes from the provinces, and tightened control over state spending. When his son Titus asked if he wasn't ashamed to introduce taxes even on such things, Vespasian showed him a coin and uttered the famous phrase, "Money doesn't stink." This became a symbol of his approach. Any measure is justified if it benefits the state. Thanks to these actions, he was able to accumulate enough funds for major projects. One such project was the Flavian Amphitheater, which would later become known as the Colosseum. Vespasian chose the location for a reason. He ordered the amphitheater to be built on the site where Nero's Domus Aurea had previously stood, a huge palace built after the Great Fire of 64 AD. This palace was a symbol of tyranny, luxury, and contempt for the people. Vespasian, on the other hand, wanted to show that his reign would be different. Instead of personal palaces, he built buildings for the people, and instead of luxury, public facilities. The very decision to build the amphitheater on this site was a symbolic break with the past era. Construction began in 72 AD. Tens of thousands of slaves were used for the work, including Jewish prisoners captured during the suppression of the revolt in Judea in 66 to 70 AD. The Colosseum became the largest amphitheater ever built in Rome. Its dimensions were stunning: a height of 48 meters, a length of 189 meters, and a width of 156 meters. It could accommodate 50,000 to 80,000 spectators, and was designed so that people could enter and exit quickly through 80 arches. Unlike older amphitheaters made of wood, the Colosseum was entirely made of stone, which made it more durable and safer for spectators. For its construction, tuff, travertine, and concrete, a material that the Romans were the first to use in construction, were used. One of the unique features of the Colosseum was a complex system of underground passages, animal cages, and elevators, which allowed for not only gladiator fights, but also naumachie, mock naval battles. For this, the arena was filled with water, creating the illusion of a real sea. To protect spectators from the sun, a special fabric structure, the velarium, was stretched over the amphitheater, managed by experienced sailors. Vespasian did not live to see the completion of construction. He died in 79 AD, handing over power to his son Titus. However, construction continued, and in 80 AD, the Colosseum was solemnly opened. In honor of this event, Titus organized 100-day games, during which gladiator fights, hunts of wild animals, theatrical performances, and even naval battles took place. During this time, about 5,000 animals and numerous gladiators were killed. The Colosseum became the center of Roman public life, a place where emperors could demonstrate their generosity and organize spectacles for the people. It was here that Roman rulers implemented the principle of bread and circuses, panem et circenses, providing citizens with entertainment and thus distracting them from political and economic problems. Vespasian's reign was one of the most stable eras. After long years of chaos, he not only restored order in the empire, but also laid the foundation for the Flavian dynasty, which continued to strengthen the state. The Colosseum became the main symbol of this era, a monument that survived centuries of destruction and war, becoming an eternal reminder of Rome's power. After Vespasian's death in 79 AD, his elder son, Titus Flavius Vespasianus, assumed the title of emperor. His reign began with great trust from the Romans. Unlike many predecessors, Titus did not face intrigues or struggles for the throne. His father had prepared him for power during his lifetime. The people respected him for his military successes, especially for suppressing the Judean revolt, as well as for his kindness, education, and generosity. He continued Vespasian's course, completing reforms and the Colosseum. However, his reign proved short and was overshadowed by a series of catastrophes, the most significant of which was the eruption of Vesuvius and the destruction of Pompeii. On August 24, 79 AD, one of the most terrible natural disasters of the ancient world occurred. Mount Vesuvius, previously considered a harmless mountain, suddenly awakened. A gigantic column of ash and smoke rose tens of kilometers into the sky, eclipsing the sun. Soon, flows of lava and ash covered the cities of Pompeii, Herculaneum, and Stabiae. Thousands of people, caught by surprise, did not manage to escape. Some died from suffocation. Others were buried under a multi-meter layer of ash. Pliny the Younger, the emperor's cousin, left a detailed description of the catastrophe in his letters, which became a valuable historical source. He described how the city was covered in ash, how people suffocated from poisonous fumes, how they ran through the streets with cries, grabbing their loved ones by the hand, not knowing where to run. Many sought salvation in the sea, but their boats capsized from the waves. Among those who tried to help the victims was Pliny the Elder, a renowned Roman naturalist. He commanded the Roman fleet in Misenum and, seeing the eruption, set sail towards the coast to rescue people. However, he himself became a victim of the catastrophe, suffocating from toxic fumes. When news of the disaster reached Rome, Titus immediately ordered ships with provisions, building materials, and doctors to be sent. He personally arrived in the affected areas, organized rescue operations, helped the inhabitants, and allocated huge sums for reconstruction. Unlike Nero, who during the fire of Rome cared primarily about his own projects, Titus proved himself a true leader who did not abandon his people in need. He announced that no one would pay taxes until the cities were rebuilt, and ordered the survivors to be resettled in safe areas. These actions made him incredibly popular among the common people. But the calamities did not end. The following year, 80 AD, a severe fire broke out, which raged for 3 days and destroyed many public buildings, including the Temple of Jupiter Capitolinus and several important city districts. The fire was followed by an epidemic that claimed thousands of lives. And again, Titus proved himself a compassionate ruler. He organized aid for the victims, directed funds to the restoration of temples and forums, and supervised the distribution of provisions. Despite all these tragedies, Titus strove to make the Roman people happy. In the same year, he completed the construction of the Colosseum, started by his father, and organized grand 100-day games, an era of entertainment that was meant to drown out the memories of the difficult years of civil wars. Titus understood that the people, tired of disasters, needed spectacles and celebrations, and therefore tried to maintain a high level of public entertainment. But despite his popularity, Titus's reign lasted only 2 years. In 81 AD, he suddenly fell ill and died under mysterious circumstances. Rumors circulated that his younger brother, Domitian, who dreamed of power, might have poisoned him. However, there is a version that Titus died of a fever, which undermined his health during his trips to the destroyed cities. Before his death, he uttered the enigmatic words, "I made only one mistake." After his death, the Senate and the people mourned Titus as one of the kindest emperors. He ruled for a short time, but managed to win the love of the Romans with his care, honesty, and sincere desire to help. However, his successor was Domitian, a man of completely different character, who restored the dictatorship and began harsh repressions against the elite. With his arrival, the era of mercy ended, and Rome once again found itself under the rule of a harsh and ruthless ruler. After Titus's death in 81 AD, power in the Roman Empire passed to his younger brother Domitian. Despite being the son of Vespasian and a representative of the Flavian dynasty, his path to the throne was far from ideal. His father and brother always kept him away from state administration, fearing his character and ambitions. However, after the sudden death of Titus, the Praetorians proclaimed Domitian emperor, and the Senate had no choice but to confirm his power. The first years of his reign passed relatively calmly, but gradually his rule turned into a cruel tyranny, and he himself became one of the most intolerant Roman emperors. Unlike his brother and father, who believed that power should be based on the Senate, Domitian believed that his rule would be based not on the Senate, but on the army and bureaucracy. He strengthened the influence of the Praetorian Guard, increased soldiers' salaries, and introduced strict discipline in the army. His reign was considered successful, as he not only increased funding for the troops, but also personally led several military campaigns. In 83 AD, he defeated the Chatti tribes and annexed part of their lands to the empire. In 85 AD, Dacian tribes under King Decebalus invaded Roman territories, and Domitian sent legions there. The war continued for several years, but the Romans could not definitively subdue the Dacians. As a result, a broken, humiliating peace was concluded, according to which Dacia undertook to pay him annual tribute. This caused discontent among the Roman nobility, as for the first time the empire officially paid barbarians for peace. He also carried out large-scale economic reforms. After the long wars begun under Vespasian, the treasury needed replenishment. Domitian introduced new taxes, tightened control over financial flows, and even devalued some coins, reducing their precious metal content. This caused dissatisfaction among merchants and wealthy aristocrats, but allowed him to increase the soldiers' pay, which ensured his support from the army. But the most significant aspect of his reign was the creation of a cult of power. Domitian was the first Roman emperor to officially call himself Lord and God, Dominus et Deus. If his predecessors tried to adhere to republican traditions, he openly demonstrated his absolute power. Temples in his honor began to be erected in Rome. His name was mentioned in prayers, and statues of the emperor stood throughout the empire. Domitian demanded that even senators address him with reverence, as if to a deity. This caused irritation among the Roman aristocracy, accustomed to the emperor, at least formally, being considered the first among equals. At the same time, he was actively involved in construction. Under him, the Forum of Domitian, the Temple of Jupiter Capitolinus, the Stadium of Domitian, later converted into Piazza Navona, and a new palace on the Palatine were built. He completed projects started by his father and brother, and also began to build the Odeon, intended for theatrical performances. However, over time, his administration became increasingly despotic. In 87 AD, he began large-scale purges among senators, suspecting them of conspiracy. He created a network of informers, encouraged betrayal, which was followed by executions, exiles, or confiscation of property. Senators and noble Romans lived in constant fear. Even a careless word could lead to a death sentence. In 93 AD, a rebellion broke out in Upper Germany under the leadership of the governor Lucius Antonius Saturninus. The revolt was quickly suppressed. It only intensified Domitian's paranoia. He strengthened control over the army, conducted endless purges among officers, and ordered the execution of many high-ranking military leaders, suspecting them of disloyalty. He also disbanded the Stoics, who advocated republican ideals, considering them potential enemies. Many famous philosophers, such as Epictetus, were exiled from Rome, and some were executed. He banned astrological predictions, fearing that someone might predict his downfall. But perhaps his most unexpected act was the persecution of his own family. He executed his wife, Domitia Longina, and exiled her aunt, also named Domitia. Although he later brought her back, this completely destroyed his relationship with his closest associates. By 96 AD, a conspiracy had ripened among the highest levels of power. The Praetorians, senators, and even his close associates, such as the manager of imperial finances, Norbanus, and the prefect of the Praetorian Guard, Tullius, conspired against him. They lured him into his chambers, where a group of conspirators attacked him. According to various sources, he received 5 to 8 stab wounds before he died. His death was met with relief, and the Senate immediately declared that his memory would be consigned to oblivion. All his statues were destroyed, and his name was erased from official documents. After his death, the Senate proclaimed Nerva the new emperor, marking the end of the Flavian dynasty and the beginning of a new era. Although Domitian is remembered as a tyrant, his reign left a significant mark on history. He strengthened the army, built great structures, and carried out reforms that, although leading to his death, were aimed at strengthening power. He was the last of the Flavians, and with his death, the Roman Empire entered a new, more stable era of rule by the so-called 5 good emperors. Following Domitian's assassination in 96 AD, the Senate for the first time in a long time, had the opportunity to choose a new emperor, and its choice fell on Marcus Cosatius Nerva. He was a senator with an impeccable reputation, known for his honesty and devotion to republican ideals. The Senate hoped that with his accession, power would return to the aristocracy, and the era of military dictators would end. However, reality turned out to be quite different. Nerva lacked the support of the army, especially the Praetorian Guard, which expected a strong leader. The soldiers were still loyal to the memory of Domitian, and in 97 AD they stormed the palace, took Nerva hostage, and demanded the surrender of the former emperor's killers. Nerva could not stop them, and the conspirators were executed. This humiliated the emperor in the eyes of the Romans, and showed that he did not control the situation. Realizing that his power was very precarious, Nerva chose a popular and experienced military leader who commanded legions on the Danube as his successor. This immediately strengthened his position, as Trajan was respected in the army. A few months later, in January 98 AD, Nerva died, and power passed to his successor. Trajan became the first emperor born outside Italy, in the Spanish province of Italica. His origin symbolized a new stage in Roman history. Power could now pass not only to representatives of the Roman aristocracy, but also to talented individuals from the provinces. He possessed qualities that made him an ideal ruler. He was an experienced commander, a just administrator, and popular among the soldiers. He understood that to strengthen his power, he needed to secure the support of all strata of society. Unlike Domitian, who despised the Senate, Trajan tried to maintain good relations with it. He actively consulted with senators, gave them important positions, organized lavish celebrations, and in every way emphasized his respect for traditions. This allowed him to create the image of a just and moderate ruler. In the first years of his reign, he began preparations for a major military campaign against the Dacians, tribes living in the territory of modern Romania. The Dacians had long been a threat to the Romans. They repeatedly raided Roman provinces, and their king Decebalus was a talented strategist who managed to impose a humiliating peace on Rome and receive tribute. Trajan decided to put an end to this threat once and for all. In 101 AD, he assembled an army of 150,000 men. This was one of the largest military campaigns in Roman history. His troops crossed the Danube on a specially built bridge and began to systematically advance into the heart of Dacia. The campaign was difficult. The Dacians used guerrilla tactics, hid in the mountains, and set ambushes. However, the Romans had an advantage in siege engines and discipline. In 102, Decebalus realized that he could not continue resistance and agreed to peace. He recognized himself as a vassal of Rome, undertook not to attack Roman lands, and ceded part of his territories. But after a few years, the Dacians began to rearm and strengthen their fortresses. In 105 AD, Trajan launched a second war. This time, he left his enemy no chance. The Romans surrounded Sarmizegetusa, the capital of Dacia, and after a fierce assault, took it. In 106, Decebalus, realizing that capture awaited him, committed suicide. Dacia was turned into a Roman province, and its richest gold mines became an important source of income for Rome. The victory was grand. In honor of Trajan's crossing of the Danube, a triumphal arch was erected, and in honor of the conquest, Trajan's column was erected, covered with bas-reliefs depicting scenes of war. This monument, created by the outstanding architect Apollodorus of Damascus, stands to this day. It not only glorified the emperor, but also became one of the most important historical sources about the Dacian Wars. After conquering Dacia, Trajan began a new campaign, this time against the Parthian kingdom. In 113 AD, he invaded Armenia, deposed the local king, and proclaimed it a Roman province. Then he moved further into Parthia, and in 116 AD, he captured its capital, Ctesiphon. This was the moment of Rome's greatest expansion. Roman troops reached the Persian Gulf for the first time, and Trajan dreamed of continuing the conquest. However, it proved difficult to hold these territories. Rebellions began, supply problems arose, and the emperor himself fell seriously ill. In 117 AD, he died on his way back to Italy, transferring power to his successor, Hadrian. Trajan remained in history as the best emperor, Optimus Princeps, and this title was officially approved for him by the Roman senators. He combined military successes with care for the people. His conquests and reforms laid the foundation for the further prosperity of the Roman Empire. But soon Rome would face new challenges, and his successors would have to decide how to preserve this vast state. Hadrian ascended the throne in 117 AD after the death of Trajan. Unlike his predecessor, who sought to expand Rome's borders, Hadrian pursued a different policy. He understood that endless expansion of the empire was impossible, and that holding already conquered territories required enormous resources. His main priority was to strengthen the borders and protect Rome from external threats. For this, he carried out large-scale reforms and personally visited almost all provinces, checking their condition and defensive capabilities. This made him one of the most active emperors, who not only ruled the state from Rome, but also actively participated in the life of the provinces, meeting with local rulers, legionaries, officials, and even ordinary inhabitants. One of Hadrian's most significant projects was the construction of powerful defensive lines throughout the empire. He understood that Rome could not rely solely on conquest and needed strong borders to protect the provinces from barbarian raids. His most famous project was Hadrian's Wall in Britain. In 122 AD, he personally arrived on the island and, seeing the constant threats from the northern Pictish tribes, decided to build a grand fortification that would become a symbol of Rome's border. The wall stretched for 117 kilometers from coast to coast, separating Roman territories from the lands of the barbarians. Its height reached 6 meters, and its width was about 3 meters, making it impregnable to the enemy. Garrisons, watchtowers, and fortresses were built along the wall, housing Roman legionaries. In front of the wall, a deep ditch was dug, and behind it ran a military road along which troops could move quickly. This not only protected Roman settlements, but also allowed for control of trade and movement of people, as crossing the border was possible only through specially equipped gates. Hadrian's Wall became not just a military structure, but a symbol of the Roman Empire's might, demonstrating its ability to defend its possessions. But Britain was not the only region where Hadrian strengthened the borders. In Germany, he built a system of fortifications known as the limes, which consisted of a network of forts, walls, ditches, and watchtowers along the Rhine and Danube. In North Africa, he strengthened border areas, built additional fortresses, and increased garrisons to protect against nomadic tribes. In the eastern provinces, especially in Syria, he carried out a large-scale modernization of defensive structures, understanding that Parthia remained Rome's main rival in the east. These measures created a reliable defense system for the empire that lasted for several more centuries. Hadrian was not only a strategist, but also an outstanding administrator. He understood that for effective governance of such a vast power, it was necessary to create a system capable of functioning without constant wars. He reformed the bureaucracy, reduced the Senate's influence, and transferred more power to professional officials and military administrators. Unlike his predecessors, he did not rely on the aristocracy and preferred to appoint people to key positions based on merit, not origin. He created an imperial council consisting of the best lawyers, economists, and military men, which made governance more efficient. He also reformed the tax system, streamlined tax collection, and reduced excessive burdens on the provinces, which improved the empire's economy. One of the most challenging tasks of his reign was the revolt in Judea, which broke out in 132 AD under the leadership of Simon bar Kokhba. Jewish tribes raised a large-scale rebellion against Roman rule. The revolt became the bloodiest conflict since the war with the Jews under Titus. Hadrian sent large forces there, and the war lasted 3 years. In 135 AD, the Romans stormed the fortress of Beitar, defeating the rebels. After that, Hadrian ordered the destruction of Jerusalem and its rebuilding as Aelia Capitolina, seeking to erase the memory of the old Jerusalem. He also banned Judaism and dispersed the remaining supporters of Bar Kokhba, completely suppressing the resistance. This became one of the cruelest repressions against rebellious peoples in Roman history. In addition to military policy, Hadrian paid great attention to culture and architecture. He was known for his love of art, philosophy, and literature. He actively promoted Greek culture, supported poets, philosophers, and artists. He personally participated in the construction of many buildings throughout the empire, among which his villa in Tivoli held a special place, a grand palace complex filled with works of art, gardens, and fountains. He also completed the Pantheon, one of the greatest temples preserved to this day. In Athens, he built the temple of Olympian Zeus, which remained one of the largest temples in the ancient world. He encouraged education, created schools, libraries, and theaters, striving to make the Roman world a center of culture and knowledge. In the last years of his life, Hadrian suffered from a serious illness that made him gloomy and suspicious. He retired to his villa in Tivoli, where he spent his time in reflection and conversations with philosophers. In 1330 AD, realizing his approaching death, he adopted Antoninus Pius and appointed him his successor. This was one of his wisest decisions, as Antoninus continued his policy of strengthening the empire and peaceful development. Hadrian remained in history as one of Rome's most far-sighted rulers. He did not seek new conquests, but created a system that allowed Rome to hold its territories and maintain stability. His defensive structures, including Hadrian's Wall, became symbols of the empire's might. He reformed governance, strengthened the economy, developed culture and architecture. His reign became an era of peace, during which the Roman Empire reached the peak of its organization and defensive capabilities. The state exists not only by swords, but also by stability, development, and defense of its borders. His reign became an era of peace, during which the Roman Empire reached the peak of its organization and defensive capabilities. After Hadrian's death in 138 AD, the throne passed to his adopted son, Antoninus Pius. It was a peaceful reign, free from conspiracies or civil wars, which in itself was a rarity for Rome. Hadrian had taken care to transfer power into reliable hands beforehand, and Antoninus Pius, who gained power without a struggle, proved to be one of the most stable and peaceful rulers in the empire's history. His reign lasted 23 years, making him one of the longest reigning emperors. During this period, there were no large-scale wars, major rebellions, or internal crises. Antoninus Pius ruled wisely, cautiously, and prudently, focusing not on conquests, but on maintaining stability, economic development, and improving the administrative system. From the very beginning of his reign, Antoninus understood that his task was to preserve the achievements of his predecessors and strengthen the Roman Empire from within. He was not a commander like Trajan, nor did he seek to personally participate in military campaigns like Hadrian. Instead, he relied on diplomacy and strategic management. He continued to strengthen the defensive lines built by Hadrian, but did not involve himself in new wars. One of his projects was the construction of the limes, a system of fortifications along the Danube, which was less massive, but was intended to serve as an additional line of defense against northern tribes. However, after his death, the Romans abandoned these fortifications, returning to the border established by Hadrian. Antoninus Pius perfectly understood that endless military campaigns depleted the treasury and led to unnecessary casualties. He preferred to negotiate with barbarian tribes, sending them gifts and concluding peace agreements. For example, in the 14s AD, a major uprising of Berber tribes occurred in North Africa, but instead of a large-scale military campaign, Antoninus sent diplomatic missions, ensuring peace without bloodshed. Such a policy allowed the empire to preserve its borders. The emperor's main concern was domestic policy. He paid great attention to administrative governance and justice. He actively reformed the judicial system, ensuring that laws were uniform for all provinces, and that judges acted in the interests of justice. He significantly expanded the concept of presumption of innocence. In the provinces, one of his most important innovations was the requirement that the accused be considered innocent until his guilt was proven, which became the basis for future legal systems. Unlike Domitian, who ruled through fear and repression, Antoninus strove for just governance, avoiding mass executions and persecutions. Antoninus's economic policy was also balanced and thoughtful. Unlike his predecessors, he did not raise taxes or conduct forced confiscations of property. He carefully monitored treasury expenditures, avoiding unnecessary spending. As a result, his reign saw the empire's economy flourish, trade develop, and revenues remain stable. He actively supported the provinces, paying special attention to the restoration of cities damaged by earthquakes and floods. During his reign, many construction projects were carried out, including aqueducts, roads, bridges, and public buildings. He also allocated funds for the support of orphans and the poor, which made him popular among the common people. Antoninus Pius was a deeply religious man and strictly followed traditional Roman religious rites. His nickname, Pius, from the Latin pius, pious, emphasized his adherence to ancient traditions. Unlike some predecessors, he did not try to deify himself. He did not persecute Christians like Nero or Domitian, but he did not encourage their spread either. He believed that the Roman gods should remain the basis of the state religion, but he did not seek brutal persecution. His relations with the Senate were much better than those of most emperors. He did not try to humiliate senators like Caligula, did not subject them to repression like Domitian, and did not ignore them like Trajan. On the contrary, he actively worked with the Senate, entrusting it with the governance of many areas of the state. This allowed him to avoid conspiracies and strengthen his power. He never sought dictatorial rule, which made him popular among the aristocracy. Despite his peaceful reign, Antoninus Pius did not weaken the army. He understood that the stability of the state lay in a strong army, which guaranteed security, and therefore regularly allocated funds for maintenance, soldier pay raises, and improvements in military infrastructure. However, He never used the army for aggressive wars, preferring to demonstrate Rome's might without direct intervention. He ruled for a long and peaceful period, and his death in 1601 AD was not accompanied by crises or conspiracies. Before his death, he transferred power to his adopted son and heir, Marcus Aurelius, whom he had been preparing for rule. Unlike many other emperors, he died in his own bed, surrounded by his loved ones, which in itself was a rarity for Roman rulers. His reign became one of the most peaceful periods in the history of the Roman Empire, and his name remained in memory as a symbol of stability, prudence, and just rule. However, after him, Rome would again face challenges, as his successor, Marcus Aurelius, would have to wage wars that Antoninus had tried so hard to avoid. Following the death of Antoninus Pius in 161 AD, the throne passed to his adopted son Marcus Aurelius. Unlike his predecessors, Marcus Aurelius did not inherit a peaceful and stable empire. Almost from the first years of his reign, he was beset by wars, epidemics, and internal crises that demanded immense willpower and strategic mastery. He went down in history as the philosopher on the throne, a ruler who combined deep reflection on life and morality with the ability to govern a vast power during its most difficult period. His writings, collected in the book Meditations, are still considered among the most important works of Stoic philosophy. Immediately after coming to power, Marcus Aurelius made an unconventional decision. He divided the governance with his adopted brother, Lucius Verus. This was the first instance in Roman history where two emperors ruled simultaneously. However, real power remained in the hands of Marcus Aurelius, as Lucius Verus showed little interest in governance. Despite this, he still played an important role in the emperor's first major war. In 161 AD, the Parthian kingdom, taking advantage of the change of power in Rome, invaded the Roman province of Armenia. Roman garrisons were defeated, and the Parthians gained control of a significant part of the region. Together with experienced commanders, Marcus Aurelius launched a large-scale campaign against the Parthians. The war lasted several years, but in 166 AD, Roman troops defeated the Parthians, captured their capital Ctesiphon, and restored control over the eastern territories. However, along with the victorious army, a dangerous epidemic came to Rome, known as the Antonine Plague. The disease, likely measles, spread throughout the empire, killing millions of people. Cities became deserted. armies lost a significant part of their soldiers, and the economy was hit hard. Rome itself suffered from food shortages and mass mortality. The disease lasted for almost 15 years and became one of the most terrible crises in the empire's history. While the Romans were trying to cope with the epidemic, a new threat emerged on the northern borders: the invasion of Germanic tribes. In 1606 AD, Germanic tribes such as the Marcomanni, Quadi, and Longobards crossed the Danube, attacking Roman provinces of Pannonia and Noricum. Unlike previous raids, the barbarians now acted not as scattered detachments, but as organized alliances, threatening the entire northern border of the empire. In 170 AD, their armies reached northern Italy, which came as a huge shock to the Romans. For the first time in many decades, the enemy threatened the very heart of the empire. Marcus Aurelius personally led the army and spent most of his life in military camps, waging continuous wars against the barbarians. The Romans began a large-scale counter-offensive. Despite a shortage of soldiers due to the epidemic, Marcus Aurelius reformed the army, increasing troop numbers by recruiting from the provinces and even from among barbarians. He developed a strategy of gradual displacement of the enemy beyond the Danube, methodically destroying enemy tribes and their settlements. One of the most famous episodes of the war was the so-called Miracle of the Rain. According to legend, during one of the battles, the Roman army found itself surrounded, suffering from heat and thirst. Suddenly, heavy rain began, which saved the Romans, while the barbarians were struck by hail and lightning. The Romans perceived this event as a sign of divine assistance. The war proceeded with varying success. In 1705 AD, when the Romans had almost achieved victory, a rebellion erupted in the north, led by the governor Avidius Cassius, who declared himself emperor. Marcus Aurelius was in no hurry to start a war against the usurper, hoping that the situation would resolve itself. And indeed, a few months later, Avidius Cassius was killed by his own soldiers. However, this situation showed how unstable the empire remained. After suppressing the rebellion, Marcus Aurelius traveled to the eastern provinces, where he restored order. He visited Egypt, Syria, and Asia Minor, resolving administrative and military issues. Then he returned to the war with the Germans. In 177 AD, he resumed his campaign, seeking to finally subdue the Marcomanni and turn their lands into Roman provinces. But in 180 AD, when the Roman army was preparing for a decisive offensive, Marcus Aurelius fell seriously ill. He died in a military camp in Vindobona, modern Vienna, transferring power to his son Commodus. His death marked a turning point in Roman history. He was the last of the 5 good emperors, rulers whose reign ensured the flourishing of the empire. He strove for peace, but spent most of his life at war. He sincerely believed in philosophical ideas and made harsh decisions to save the state. His meditations became a kind of diary of an emperor who, despite the severity of his position, remained true to Stoic principles. After his death, his son Commodus ascended the throne, who turned out to be a complete opposite of his father. Despite the crisis and weakening of the Roman Empire, Marcus Aurelius left the state in a better condition than it was at the beginning of his reign. But his successor marked the beginning of a long period of decline. After the death of Marcus Aurelius in 180 AD, the Roman Empire fell into the hands of his son, Commodus. For the first time in a long time, the ruler inherited the throne by birth, not by adoption. However, unlike his father, who was a philosopher on the throne and a defender of Roman values, Commodus turned out to be a completely different person. His reign is often depicted as a period of degradation and madness, but in reality, it was more complex. On the one hand, Commodus did indeed destroy many principles established by his predecessors, and on the other hand, his policies, although eccentric, did not lead to catastrophic consequences for the empire. From the very beginning of his reign, Commodus made it clear that he had no intention of continuing the war with the Germans that his father had waged. In 180 AD, he concluded a peace treaty with the Marcomanni and Quadi, abandoning plans to create new provinces beyond the Danube. This decision was criticized by senators and military leaders, as Marcus Aurelius had hoped to finally subdue the barbarians. However, for the army and the population, tired of endless wars, peace was a relief. Commodus returned to Rome, leaving the command of the legions to his generals and focusing on life in the capital. It was then that he began to demonstrate his eccentricity and unorthodox approach to power. One of the main differences between Commodus and previous emperors was his pursuit of personal glory and theatrical rule. He sincerely believed in his divine nature, declared himself the new Hercules, and began to portray himself in the image of this mythical hero. He wore a lion's skin, posed with a club, and even ordered coins to be minted depicting him as Hercules, the savior of Rome. Unlike previous emperors who relied on military success and administrative skills, Commodus saw his power in the context of spectacles and personal grandeur. He renamed Rome Colonia Commodiana, named 7 months of the year after himself, and demanded to be officially called Roman Hercules. However, what shocked his contemporaries the most was his passion for gladiatorial combat. Unlike other emperors who merely watched fights, Commodus himself entered the arena, fighting as a gladiator. He staged demonstration fights where he was provided with weak opponents or killed animals, showcasing his strength. These performances were carefully prepared, and his victories were never questioned. For the elite, this was a monstrous humiliation. The emperor, considered the representative of the gods on earth, descended to the level of common fighters. Senators were indignant, but the people adored such spectacles, as Commodus organized them with unprecedented grandeur and distributed generous rewards to spectators. While Commodus indulged in arena entertainment, real power in the state passed into the hands of his favorites. The first among them was Perennis, who governed the empire in the early years of Commodus's reign. He pursued a harsh policy, eliminating undesirable senators and governors, and increasing the influence of the army. However, in 1855 AD, he fell out of favor after legions in Britain rebelled, accusing him of abuses. Unable to maintain his popularity among the soldiers, Perennis was killed. After him, another favorite came to power, Quintus Aemilius, a freedman who concentrated wealth and sold positions in the state apparatus. He controlled access to the emperor and gained more and more enemies. In 190 AD, when a food crisis broke out in the Roman Empire, dissatisfaction led to an uprising. Commodus was forced to execute his associate, but this did not change the situation. After this, the governance of the state became even more chaotic. The emperor became increasingly uninterested in politics, surrounding himself with flatterers and associates ready to fulfill his whims. The Senate completely lost its influence. Provincial governors ruled like independent princes, and fear of denunciation and repression reigned in the capital itself. Anyone who expressed doubts about Commodus's divinity or did not support his cult could end up on the list of executed people. He became suspicious, vindictive, and increasingly detached from reality. By the end of 192 AD, his behavior became so inadequate that even his close associates began to fear for their lives. He planned to celebrate the new year of 193 AD as a gladiator, officially declaring himself God. This was the last straw for his entourage. On December 31, 192 AD, his favorites, including the Praetorian prefect Marcia, organized a conspiracy. First, they tried to poison him, but the poison did not work. Then, the gladiator Narcissus was sent to his chambers, who strangled the emperor. After his death, the Senate immediately declared Commodus a tyrant, ordering his name to be erased from all monuments and documents. His reforms were abolished, and his cult destroyed. However, his popularity among the people and the army was so great that just a few months later, the new emperor, Septimius Severus, had to restore his reputation and recognize him as one of Rome's great rulers. Commodus became a controversial figure who divided Roman society. His reign is often depicted as a period of madness and decline, but in reality, he was not a complete failure. Despite internal instability, his reign did not lead to the collapse of the empire. The borders remained protected, the army received its pay, and the emperor himself, despite his eccentricity, enjoyed the support of the common people, which made him popular among those who depended on imperial generosity. His weakness lay in his inability to govern and his excessive obsession with personal ambitions, which led to the degradation of the political system. With his death, Rome entered a new period of instability, known as the Year of the Five Emperors. Power became the subject of struggle between generals, and the empire was on the brink of civil war. Commodus became the last representative of the Antonine dynasty, and his reign symbolized the transition from the Golden Age to an era of crisis. After the assassination of Commodus and the end of the Antonine dynasty's rule, the Roman Empire found itself in a state of chaos. In 193 AD, a period known as the Year of the Five Emperors began, when several military leaders simultaneously claimed the throne, leading to fierce battles for power. Eventually, Septimius Severus, a general of African origin, ascended the throne, marking the beginning of a new dynasty, the Severan dynasty, which ruled from 193 to 235 AD. Its representatives carried out important reforms, significantly changed the political system of Rome, strengthened the army, and for the first time made provincials full participants in power. However, their policies also led to the growth of militarism, the weakening of the Senate, and the deepening of the crisis, which would lead to large-scale upheavals in the future. Septimius Severus was born in 145 AD in Leptis Magna, a city in the Roman province of Africa, modern Libya. He came from a wealthy family, but not from the traditional Roman aristocracy. This was a significant moment. For the first time, a man whose roots were not connected to the Roman elite ascended the throne. He had a successful career in the army and administration, and after the death of Commodus and a series of civil wars, he managed to prevail over his rivals. In 193 AD, he entered Rome, claiming the throne, and immediately began to fight to consolidate his power. First, he liquidated his rivals, Pescennius Niger, who controlled the eastern provinces, and Clodius Albinus, who ruled in Britain. He defeated both in fierce campaigns, and then began to rebuild the empire's administrative system. Severus's main priority was to strengthen the army. He increased the pay of legionaries, allowed soldiers to marry, improved service conditions, and introduced a number of benefits for veterans. This ensured his loyalty from the troops, but at the same time made the army a more influential political force. It was from Severus's reign that it became definitively clear that power in Rome depended not on the Senate and the elite, but on the support of the legions. He also expanded the army, increasing its numbers and strengthening the cavalry. Under him, legions began to actively recruit provincials, including barbarians, which gradually changed the ethnic composition of the Roman army. Severus conducted several military campaigns to strengthen the empire's borders. In 197 AD, he launched a war against the Parthian kingdom, managing to capture its capital Ctesiphon and temporarily establish control over Mesopotamia. He also strengthened the defenses of Africa, building the Limes Tripolitanus, a system of fortifications protecting Roman possessions from nomadic raids. In Britain, he personally participated in a campaign against northern tribes, but it proved difficult and exhausting. In 211 AD, while in Britain, he died, leaving power to his sons, Caracalla and Geta. However, enmity existed between the brothers from the very beginning, and soon it became clear that such a reign would not last long. Caracalla was the elder and more ambitious. Geta was the younger. They literally divided the palace into two parts and avoided meeting each other. At the end of 211 AD, Caracalla decided to get rid of his brother. He pretended to want reconciliation and invited Geta to a meeting with their mother, Julia Domna. When he arrived, Caracalla's soldiers attacked him and stabbed him to death before their mother's eyes. After that, Caracalla carried out mass purges, ordering the execution of all of Geta's supporters. According to various sources, between several thousand and 20,000 people were killed, including senators, officers, and even ordinary citizens. Geta's name was consigned to oblivion. His images were destroyed, and inscriptions with his name were erased from monuments. From this moment on, Caracalla became the sole ruler, the only emperor. He concentrated power in his hands and began to pursue policies aimed at strengthening the army and centralizing the state. Unlike previous emperors who sought cooperation with the Senate, Caracalla practically ignored this institution and ruled relying on military force. He increased the pay of legionaries to an unprecedented level, which made him popular among the soldiers, but created a huge burden on the treasury. To cope with growing expenses, he devalued the coins, reducing the silver content. But the most significant event of his reign was a major reform, known as the Edict of Caracalla, issued in 212 AD. This document granted Roman citizenship to all free inhabitants of the empire. Until then, only certain groups of the population, mainly inhabitants of Italy, army veterans, and provincial elites, had Roman citizenship, which gave them special rights, including protection from harsh punishments, the right to a trial, and tax benefits. All others, even if they had lived in Rome for centuries, remained provincials, subjects without full civic rights. The Edict of Caracalla changed this system forever. Now, all free people, regardless of their origin, became Roman citizens. The reasons for this decision are still debated. Some historians believe that Caracalla was guided by the idea of equalizing all peoples of the empire, wanting to create a more unified state. However, the more likely reason was financial gain. Roman citizens had to pay a special inheritance tax, which did not apply to provincials. Expanding citizenship meant that now all subjects of the empire were obliged to pay this tax, which significantly increased the treasury's income. In the context of constant military expenses and inflation, Caracalla needed new sources of funding, and the reform helped partially solve this problem. This step had far-reaching consequences. It finally erased the difference between Italy and the provinces, turning the Roman Empire into a truly global state where all peoples were equal before the law. Provincials who previously felt inferior gained the opportunity to hold positions, participate in political life, and serve in high military ranks. This also led to increased integration of the empire, as all its inhabitants now had a common Roman identity. However, on the other hand, this step devalued the status of citizenship itself. The emperor himself showed little interest in governance and focused on the army and wars. He was constantly on campaigns, traveling throughout the empire and demonstrating his power. He particularly admired Alexander the Great and dreamed of repeating his conquests. He even ordered the formation of a special Macedonian legion and dressed in Greek military style. In 214 AD, he led a campaign against the Germans, and then went to the east, planning a campaign against Parthia. In 216 AD, he crossed the Euphrates and began military operations, but the war did not bring decisive victories. However, during this campaign, he lost the support of his entourage. He was cruel and suspicious, carried out brutal executions, and his entourage, fearing for their lives, saw him as a threat. In 217 AD, while in Syria, Caracalla was killed as a result of a conspiracy. According to one version, the murder was organized by his prefect of the Praetorian Guard, Macron. The reason was a personal conflict. When Caracalla left the camp to relieve himself, one of his bodyguards, named Julius Martial, suddenly dealt him a fatal blow. After his death, power passed to Macron, but his reign proved short. Despite his reputation as a cruel despot, Caracalla left an indelible mark on history. His edict changed the principles of imperial governance, and his reforms in the army made soldiers the main political force in Rome. However, his policies ruined the treasury, and his reign was remembered for tyranny and ruthlessness. His assassination did not end the crisis, but only aggravated the instability, leading to a new struggle for power. After the assassination of Caracalla and the short reign of Macron, the Roman Empire entered a period of instability that gradually escalated into a full-blown crisis. In 235 AD, Alexander Severus, the last representative of the Severan dynasty, was killed, and the era known as the Crisis of the Third Century began. This was one of the most difficult periods in Roman history, when the empire was on the verge of collapse due to economic problems, constant wars, rebellions, epidemics, and power struggles. Over several decades, Rome experienced numerous coups, and its political system practically ceased to function. Power was largely held by the army. Legionaries became the main factor determining who would be emperor. One of the key problems was economic devastation. The Roman Empire was traditionally supported by taxes, military spoils, and trade. However, constant wars and internal turmoil destroyed this system. Already under Caracalla, widespread inflation began due to the debasement of silver coins. To finance the army, emperors reduced the precious metal content in coins, which led to a drop in their value. Merchants and traders lost confidence in money. Prices for goods rose, and state expenses became increasingly higher. As a result, many regions began to switch to a barter economy, and cities that had once prospered thanks to trade began to decline. The western provinces, where dependence on central supplies was stronger than in the east, were particularly affected. Financial problems were exacerbated by constant military campaigns. In the 3rd century, the empire was in a state of perpetual warfare. In the north, Germanic tribes began mass invasions across the Rhine and Danube. In 250 AD, the Goths crossed the border and ravaged the Balkans, and in 260 AD, they reached Greece and Asia Minor, destroying many cities. At the same time, in the east, the Parthian kingdom was replaced by a new, powerful state, Sasanian Persia, which began an aggressive expansion. In 260 AD, the Persian king Shapur I defeated the Roman army and captured Emperor Valerian. For the first time in history, a Roman emperor became a prisoner of the enemy. According to rumors, Shapur used him as a step to mount his horse, and after his death, his skin was flayed and displayed in a temple. This disgrace undermined Rome's prestige and showed how weakened the empire had become. In the West, the situation was no less dire. In 260 AD, in Gaul, the local governor Postumus proclaimed an independent Gallic state, which included Gaul, Britain, and Spain. It lasted for almost 15 years, having its own army, monetary system, and rulers, completely ignoring Rome. In the east, in Syria, the ruler of Palmyra, Odeionothus, created a virtually independent state, which, after his death, was led by his wife Zenobia. She conducted large-scale military campaigns, captured Egypt and a significant part of Asia Minor, creating the Palmyrene Empire. Thus, Rome effectively split into 3 parts, and the central government no longer controlled vast territories. Against the backdrop of these catastrophes, the economy finally collapsed. Constant wars required huge expenditures, and emperors tried to solve this problem by debasing coins. Silver denarii lost their value as they were diluted with copper and other metals. As a result, hyperinflation began. prices for grain, weapons, and essential goods rose tenfold. There were shortages of goods in cities, and merchants no longer wanted to accept devalued money. The state depended on trade, while the East, with its rich agricultural regions, weathered the crisis more easily. The army, which had once been the foundation of Roman power, also suffered. Due to constant wars and epidemics, the shortage of soldiers became critical. Emperors began to recruit barbarians on a massive scale, especially Germans, Sarmatians, and Gothic mercenaries. They were good warriors, but not always loyal to Rome and often defected to the enemy. Some barbarians became high-ranking commanders, and later even rulers. Emperor Claudius II Gothicus defeated the Gothic armies, but the war continued, and his successor Aurelian was forced to build walls around Rome to protect the capital from possible raids. Despite the chaos, there were emperors who tried to stop the crisis. Aurelian, 270 to 275 AD, conducted a series of successful campaigns, returning Gaul, Illyria, and Spain to Roman control. He strengthened the army, defeated the barbarians, and even initiated financial reforms. But his reign was interrupted by a conspiracy, and the crisis continued. Another outstanding ruler was Probus, 276 to 282 AD, who tried to revive agriculture and strengthen border defenses, but he was also killed by his own soldiers. Under him, the power of the legions was so great that they understood. They could proclaim emperors and depose them, which turned the governance of the empire into a constant struggle for the throne. The political system that worked during Augustus's time no longer functioned. The Senate had lost its influence. Cities and provinces no longer obeyed the central government, and the Roman roads that once connected the empire fell into disrepair. The crisis of the 3rd century showed that the old order no longer worked. To save the state, a radical reform was needed, and in 284 AD, such a ruler appeared, Diocletian, who carried out the largest reforms in Roman history and laid the foundations for new governance. He finally abolished the power of the Senate, divided the empire into parts, strengthened the military dictatorship, and turned Rome into a centralized monarchy. This marked the end of classical Rome, but allowed the empire to survive and exist for another century. After decades of chaos, when the Roman Empire was on the verge of complete collapse, Diocletian seized power in 284 AD. He came to power not by right of inheritance or through the Senate, but as the victor of another civil war, which had become the norm for the era of the crisis of the 3rd century. However, Unlike many of his predecessors, he not only retained the throne, but also managed to carry out large-scale reforms that allowed Rome to emerge from the crisis and exist for another 100 years. His main achievement was the Tetrarchy, a new system of governance that divided power among several rulers and made the empire's administration more efficient. When Diocletian came to power, he immediately realized that one of the main reasons for instability was the impossibility for one person to control such a vast territory. The empire was too large, and its borders were under constant threat. Germans continued to attack from the north, Persians threatened the eastern provinces, and rebellions flared up in Britain, Gaul, and Egypt. Moreover, over the past decades, power had become entirely dependent on the army, and every new ruler had to constantly prove his strength to avoid a coup. Diocletian understood that the old methods of governance no longer worked and decided to radically change the system. In 293 AD, he carried out one of the most important reforms in Roman history. He divided power among 4 rulers, creating the Tetrarchy system. Instead of a single emperor, there were now 2 Augusti, senior rulers, and 2 Caesars, junior rulers, each of whom governed their part of the empire. Diocletian remained the supreme ruler and governed the eastern part, while his co-Augustus, Maximian, controlled the western provinces. Soon they appointed 2 Caesars, Galerius and Constantius Chlorus, who were to assist the Augusti and eventually take their place. Thus, the empire was divided into 4 parts, each with its own ruler, which allowed for a faster response to crises and more effective regional management. This system had several important advantages. Firstly, each ruler could focus on defending his territory and was not overloaded with managing the entire empire. Diocletian dealt with the east and defended the borders against the Persians. Galerius oversaw the Balkans. Constantius Chlorus fought rebellions in Britain and Gaul, and Maximian controlled Italy and Africa. This allowed for a significant reduction in internal conflicts and a faster response to threats. Secondly, the Tetrarchy ensured a peaceful transfer of power. The Caesars were to become Augusti after the retirement of their predecessors, and then appoint new Caesars. This eliminated the need for coups and dynastic wars that weakened the empire. However, Diocletian's reforms were not limited to politics. He also carried out large-scale changes in administration, the army, and the economy. One of his key measures was the division of civil and military power. Unlike past emperors, who relied on governors who combined administrative and military functions. Diocletian separated these positions. Now, provincial governors were responsible for civil administration, and command of the army was transferred to separate military leaders. This reduced the risk of mutinies, as governors no longer had troops under their command with which they could seize power. To strengthen control over the provinces, Diocletian increased their number. If there were about 50 provinces in the empire before, after his reforms there were more than 100. This made administration more efficient, as each province became smaller in territory and better controlled by the government. In addition, Diocletian created new administrative units, dioceses, which united several provinces under the management of special officials, vicars. The entire empire was now divided into 4 large parts, corresponding to the zones of administration. The state apparatus became more centralized. But one of the most difficult problems remained the economy. After decades of crisis, the empire's monetary system had completely collapsed. Debasement of coins, inflation, and rising taxes led to a situation where bartering became common in many regions instead of using money. Diocletian tried to solve this problem through tax reform. He established a new taxation system that took into account not only the amount of land, but also the population size. This allowed for more accurate tax calculations and ensured a more even distribution of the tax burden across different regions. In addition, in 301 AD, he issued the Edict on Maximum Prices, which was intended to stop inflation. This decree set maximum prices for essential goods, such as grain, meat, oil, and clothing, as well as fixed wages for workers and soldiers. However, this measure proved ineffective. Merchants simply stopped selling goods at the established prices, and a black market emerged. As a result, the edict did not help stabilize the economy, but only increased dissatisfaction among the population. Another important reform was the reorganization of the army. Diocletian significantly increased the number of troops, bringing the army to approximately 500,000 men, more than ever before. He created mobile field armies, comitatense, which could quickly move between borders, and left garrison troops, liminatene, to defend the borders. This allowed for more effective defense of the empire without weakening its other parts. He also strengthened the system of fortifications, building new forts and military camps along the borders. One of the most controversial aspects of his reign was the brutal persecution of Christians. Although Christians had been persecuted sporadically before, Diocletian initiated the most large-scale persecution in Roman history. In 303 AD, he issued a series of decrees that prohibited Christian worship, destroyed churches, and required all citizens to offer sacrifices to the Roman gods. Those who refused were subjected to execution, imprisonment, and confiscation of property. This led to a wave of brutal repression, but it did not destroy Christianity. On the contrary, these persecutions only strengthened the religious movement. In 305 AD, after more than 20 years of rule, Diocletian committed an unprecedented act. He voluntarily abdicated. He retired to his palace in Split, modern Croatia, where he spent the rest of his life gardening and studying philosophy. His bet on voluntary abdication was made with the expectation that the tetrarchy, which he had created for the stability of the empire, would soon face problems that would lead to its collapse. Although the very idea of divided rule seemed logical, the empire was too vast to be managed from one center. In practice, the system proved unstable. The reasons for this were numerous: personal ambitions of the rulers, lack of clear rules for power transfer, complex dynastic ties, and the traditional Roman struggle for the throne. Instead of stability, the Tetrarchy led to new civil wars, and ultimately proved that Rome could no longer exist as a unified, governed state. The main weakness of the system was the absence of a mechanism that would guarantee a peaceful transfer of power. Diocletian assumed that after the Augusti retired, their place would be taken by the Caesars, and then new junior rulers would be appointed, which would ensure the continuity of governance. However, he did not account for the fact that the Roman tradition was based on personal power and military support, not on formal appointments. The legions, accustomed to choosing emperors, did not wish to submit to a bureaucratic scheme. Moreover, the former Augusti were not ready to simply retire and allow their successors to rule the empire. After Diocletian's departure in 305 AD, Galerius became Augustus in the east, and Constantius Chlorus in the west. However, Constantius Chlorus died in 306 AD, and his son Constantine was proclaimed emperor by his soldiers in Britain. This immediately destroyed the tetrarchy system, as Constantine was not an official Caesar, but had military support. Soon Maxentius, the son of the former Augustus Maximian, who also declared himself emperor, began a confrontation with Constantine. Thus, instead of 4 rulers as intended, there were already 6, and each of them claimed supreme power. The situation quickly escalated into civil war. Galerius tried to maintain control by appointing new rulers, but he could not suppress the growing chaos. Maximilian, along with Diocletian, unexpectedly returned to politics, trying to support his son Maxentius. Soon, military clashes began between various contenders. Constantine, possessing a strong army, launched a campaign against Maxentius, who controlled Italy. In 312 AD, he defeated him at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge, after which he entered Rome and became the sole ruler of the western part of the empire. The East also became embroiled in war. After Galerius's death in 311 AD, a conflict broke out between his successors, Licinius and Maximinus Daia. In 313 AD, Licinius emerged victorious and became the sole ruler of the East. However, now it was between Constantine and Licinius that rivalry began. They temporarily concluded the Edict of Milan, which legalized Christianity, but their struggle for power continued. In 324 AD, Constantine finally defeated Licinius and became emperor of the entire Roman Empire. Thus, the Tetrarchy lasted only a few decades and ended with the complete victory of sole power. The main reasons for the failure were obvious. First, the struggle for the throne between generals. Second, emperors who gained power through the system were unwilling to share it or retire, as Diocletian did. Third, the Roman army did not perceive the Tetrarchy as a mandatory system. Legions continued to support their commanders, gaining power, which led to each new ruler considering himself entitled to change the system in his favor. After the abolition of the Tetrarchy, Constantine the Great definitively abandoned the idea of divided rule. He focused on governing the entire empire, and later, at the end of the century, the empire finally divided into western and eastern parts, which became a kind of legacy of the Tetrarchy, but not in the form that Diocletian intended. The system could not work. Rome remained a state where personal ambition and military force meant more than administrative reforms. After the victory over Licinius in 324 AD and the establishment of sole power, Constantine the Great faced the need for further transformation of the Roman Empire. Rome remained a symbol of grandeur, but its location did not meet the new challenges of the time. The western part of the empire was subjected to constant barbarian attacks. The economy weakened, and the city itself became the arena of political intrigues. Constantine understood that the empire needed a new, strong center that would reflect his own vision of the future. He decided to build a new capital, which was to become the Second Rome, and a symbol of a new era. Even Diocletian and his successors realized that governing the empire from one point was impossible, and they chose major cities in the provinces as residences. Galerius ruled from Thessalonica. Maximian settled in Mediolanum, Milan, and Licinius in Nicomedia. However, all these cities had drawbacks. They were either too close to the borders, making them vulnerable, or lacked sufficient economic potential. Constantine decided to create not just a residence, but a new capital equal in status to Rome. After careful selection, he chose a location that was ideally suited for this purpose: the Greek city of Byzantium, located on a narrow isthmus between Europe and Asia, on the shores of the Bosphorus. It possessed unique natural advantages. It was washed by waters from the north and south, making it easily defensible against attacks. It stood at the crossroads of major trade routes between the west and the east, controlled access to the Black Sea and the Mediterranean Sea, making it not only a military, but also an economic center capable of attracting merchants, artisans, and the aristocracy. In 324 A.D., immediately after defeating Licinius, Constantine announced his intention to turn Byzantium into the new capital. He personally participated in the selection of the city's boundaries, conducting a founding ceremony, during which he walked with a spear from the eastern walls of the future fortifications. According to legend, when one of his confidants asked why he was laying such large boundaries, Constantine replied, "I go where God leads me." This emphasized not only the grandeur of his plan, but also his religious beliefs, which played an important role in his reign. Construction of the new city began immediately. Constantine did not just expand the old Byzantium. He created a new megalopolis. He surrounded it with powerful walls, significantly increasing its territory. Wide streets were laid out. Palaces, forums, baths, aqueducts, arenas, and temples were built. The city was designed on the model of Rome. It had its own senate, popular assemblies, and an hippodrome for chariot races, and numerous public buildings that gave it grandeur. By order of the emperor, architectural monuments from all corners of the empire were brought here, including obelisks, statues, columns, and relics of ancient civilizations. One of the key architectural objects was the Forum of Constantine, which became the central square of the city. Here stood the statue of the emperor himself, depicting him as the sun god with a crown of shining rays. This symbolism reflected his understanding of divine power. The city also received an hippodrome, which became a venue for spectacular events, from chariot races to imperial celebrations. Subsequently, it became not only a place for entertainment, but also a center of political life, where the people expressed their demands. But most importantly, Constantinople was distinguished by its religious orientation. If the Eternal City was the heart of the pagan world, then the new capital was conceived from the very beginning as a Christian center. Although Constantine did not make Christianity the state religion, he clearly supported its spread in the city. Churches were built, and relics of Christian martyrs were among its sacred sites. This city became the first capital in which Christianity became the dominant religion of the empire. The official opening of the city took place on May 11, 330 AD. Constantine held a grand celebration, declaring Constantinople the New Rome and the Second Jerusalem. The city received all the privileges of the old capital. Part of the senators, officials, representatives of the nobility, and the army were relocated here. The inhabitants received the same honors as in Rome. It was declared sacred and inviolable, and its inhabitants received tax benefits and other privileges. The founding of Constantinople had enormous consequences. It definitively shifted the center of the empire to the east, which had long been a more economically developed and stable region. Soon after Constantine's death, it was the Eastern Roman Empire that would become the main stronghold of civilization, while the western part would fall under the onslaught of the Germans. Constantinople survived centuries of wars, sieges, and invasions, remaining the largest city of the Christian world. It withstood the onslaught of the Huns, Arabs, Crusaders, and Ottomans, becoming the last bastion of Roman tradition. Even after the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 AD, Constantinople continued to be the center of the Eastern Roman Empire, which would later be called Byzantium. It survived for over 1,000 years until it was captured by the Ottoman Turks in 1453. Thus, the founding of Constantinople was not just a relocation of the capital, but the beginning of a new era in history. This city played a key role in preserving Roman heritage, developing Christian culture, and shaping the future of Europe. Constantine the Great did not just create a new administrative center. He laid the foundation for a great empire that survived centuries and had a colossal impact on world history. After the barbarians sacked Rome in 410 AD, it became clear that the Western Roman Empire was inexorably moving towards its end. Despite the Romans' attempts to retain power, the provinces gradually slipped out of control, and barbarian chieftains became the de facto rulers of former Roman lands. The Goths founded their kingdom in Gaul and Spain. The Vandals captured North Africa, and the Franks and Burgundians established themselves in the territory of present-day France. Roman emperors no longer ruled the state in the full sense of the word. Their power extended only to Italy, and even there, it depended on the mercy of barbarian military leaders. In 476 AD, the last emperor of the West, Romulus Augustulus, was deposed, and the Western Roman Empire ceased to exist. However, far to the east, a part of the empire remained that survived this crisis and continued to exist. The Eastern Roman Empire, later known as Byzantium, not only did not disappear, but remained one of the most powerful states of its time for many centuries. One of its most outstanding rulers was Emperor Justinian I. Justinian I, born in 482 AD into a peasant family in the Balkans, but thanks to his uncle Justin, who became emperor, he gained access to supreme power. When Justin died, Justinian inherited the throne and began a reign that became one of the most ambitious in Byzantine history. He dreamed not just of preserving the Eastern Empire, but of restoring the lost Western heritage, reclaiming Rome, restoring order, and making the Mediterranean Roman again. The eastern part of the Roman Empire, unlike the West, had several key advantages. Constantinople, the capital of the East, was surrounded by powerful walls, making it virtually impregnable. Unlike Italy or other regions subjected to constant barbarian raids, the East had a more stable economy, a strong administration, and a better organized army. Emperors continued to rule here, who maintained Roman traditions but adapted them to new conditions. One of the greatest such rulers was Justinian I, who ascended the throne in 527 AD. Justinian understood that without a strong legal system, it was impossible to restore the empire. He entrusted his advisor, Tribonian, with the task of collecting, reviewing, and systematizing all Roman laws. Thus, the Code of Justinian was created, a code of laws that became the basis not only for Byzantium, but also for many subsequent European states. However, laws alone were not enough to restore the empire. Military victories were needed. Justinian found the ideal person for his plans, the talented commander Belisarius. The Byzantine army fought the Persians in the east, but the main blow was directed at the west. The first target was Carthage, captured by the Vandals in 533 AD. Belisarius landed in North Africa and destroyed the Vandal kingdom within a few months. Then he easily occupied Sicily and southern Italy. In 536 AD, he entered Rome. However, the struggle with the Goths proved more difficult than expected. It took the Byzantines more than a decade to finally conquer Italy, and only in 555 AD, after decades of fighting, was Italy completely conquered and again became part of the empire. The restoration of the West proved short-lived. Justinian defeated the Gothic and Vandal kingdoms, but Italy, devastated by war, quickly became an easy prey for new conquerors, the Lombards. Soon, new threats emerged in the Balkans. The Slavs and Avars became more active. And Justinian also faced internal problems. In 532 AD, the Nika revolt broke out in Constantinople, in which citizens dissatisfied with the emperor tried to overthrow him. However, with the help of his wife Theodora, Justinian not only suppressed the revolt, but also used this crisis to strengthen his power. Despite the difficulties, Justinian's reign left an indelible mark. Byzantium remained a powerful state. Constantinople continued to be the center of the world, and the Code of Justinian shaped the foundations of European law. The most magnificent symbol of his era was the Hagia Sophia, built after the Nika revolt, which became the main church of the Christian world. Justinian's attempt to restore the empire, of course, was not fully successful. But Byzantium remained the successor to Rome for many centuries. While the West plunged into feudal fragmentation, the Eastern Empire held on, surviving all crises and entering the new millennium as a bastion of civilization and ancient heritage. One of the most significant elements of Roman heritage was law. Roman law, which incorporated Roman laws accumulated over hundreds of years, became the basis for the legal systems of medieval Europe and many modern states. Concepts such as civil law, private property, contractual obligations, and judicial procedures originate from Roman legislation. Even today, legal norms based on Roman law are in effect in many countries around the world. Another important part of Rome's legacy was architecture. The Romans left behind thousands of roads, bridges, aqueducts, and buildings, many of which still stand today. Their engineering achievements were ahead of their time. Roman bridges and roads were used for centuries after the fall of the empire, and the dome of the Pantheon remains one of the greatest architectural masterpieces in the world. Medieval builders took their cue from Roman buildings, using arches, columns, and domes. Even modern football stadiums are built according to the principles of Roman amphitheaters like the Colosseum. No less important a legacy of Rome was its language. Although Latin eventually ceased to be used in everyday life, it did not disappear, but transformed into new languages: Italian, French, Spanish, Portuguese, Romanian. Even in English, which belongs to the Germanic group, a significant number of words have Latin origins. In addition, Latin long remained the language of science, medicine, and jurisprudence. Until the 19th century, most scientific treatises were written in Latin, and Latin terms are still used in medicine today. Rome's system of governance and social organization also had a profound impact on subsequent eras. Medieval kingdoms adopted the Roman system of administration, principles of taxation, and military organization. Many European monarchs called their rulers emperors, imitating Roman traditions. Even the Holy Roman Empire, which existed from the 10th to the 19th centuries, tried to preserve the idea of Roman unity, albeit in a new format. Christianity, which became the state religion of Rome in the 4th century under Emperor Constantine the Great, also became an important part of Rome's legacy. It was thanks to the Roman Empire that Christianity spread throughout Europe and became the dominant religion of the West. The Pope of Rome, the head of the Catholic Church, is still located in Rome, and many Christian churches and rites originate from Roman traditions. Even Rome's military art continues to have an influence. Strategies developed by Roman generals were studied and used in subsequent centuries. The principles of Roman military affairs, the division of the army into legions, strict discipline, engineering support for troops, formed the basis of the military systems of many European countries. Many European cities were founded by the Romans and still bear their names, such as London, Londinium, Paris, Lutetia, Vienna, Vindobona. Modern calendars are based on the Roman calendar, and the names of the months come from Latin. The Romans invented the clocks we use, dividing the day into 24 hours. Even Roman numerals are still used in designating centuries, book chapters, and commemorative dates. Thus, despite the fall of the Roman Empire, its influence did not disappear. It continues to live in law, language, architecture, religion, and culture, and even in the principles of state governance. Roman civilization did not simply vanish into the past. It became the foundation upon which the entire subsequent world was built. And even today, 2,000 years after the fall of Rome, we continue to live in a world that owes much of its form to its Roman heritage. After the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 AD, its power finally vanished. But the Roman legacy continued to live on in various forms. Laws, architecture, language, and administrative traditions were preserved and adopted by the new states that arose from the ruins of the empire. However, one of the most powerful and enduring Roman institutions, which not only survived the empire's fall, but also transformed into a new center of power, was the papacy. Rome, which was once the capital of great emperors, now became the capital of the Christian world. It was here that the Bishop of Rome transformed from a simple priest into one of the most influential figures of medieval Europe. Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire in the 4th century under Emperor Constantine the Great. After that, the Bishop of Rome gradually acquired a special status among other Christian leaders, as Rome was considered the main city of the empire, and the Pope himself was perceived as the successor of Saint Peter, who was considered the first bishop of Rome. But as long as the Roman Empire existed, the Pope's power was limited. The emperor remained the true ruler, who appointed bishops, convened church councils, and made key decisions in religious matters. However, when the Western Empire fell, it was the papacy that became the main symbol of the continuity of Roman power. In the absence of a strong secular ruler, the Pope of Rome gradually took on not only spiritual but also political leadership. In the early Middle Ages, when barbarian kings were creating their states, the Pope remained the only figure whose authority was recognized by all Christians. Even kings of barbarian origin sought the support of the papacy, because recognition from the Roman bishop gave their rule legitimacy. This led to the papacy becoming a kind of spiritual empire that united Europe despite political fragmentation. One of the first clear examples of the papacy's new influence was the reign of Pope Gregory I the Great, from 590 to 604 AD. During this time, Italy suffered from Lombard invasions, and Byzantium, which formerly governed these lands, did not provide proper assistance. Then Gregory the Great took matters into his own hands. He established diplomatic relations with the Lombards, organized the defense of Rome, and initiated reforms in church administration. It was under him that the papacy first acted as an independent political player, acting independently of the emperor in Constantinople. The Middle Ages became the time when Roman popes became arbiters of destiny. In 800 AD, Pope Leo III crowned Charlemagne as the new emperor, but in a new form, through the alliance of the papacy and Germanic kings. Over the following centuries, the pope's power grew. In the 10th century, Pope Gregory VII declared that the pope was the supreme ruler of all Christians, and that even kings must obey him. This led to serious conflict between the papacy and secular rulers, especially with the Holy Roman emperors. However, the pope gradually achieved his goal. In 1077, Emperor Henry IV was forced to go to Canossa and wait for 3 days for the pope's forgiveness, which became a symbol of papal power. In addition to political power, the papacy also possessed economic strength. The Roman Church owned vast land holdings, collected taxes and tithes from believers, and controlled wealthy monasteries. In the Middle Ages, the papacy turned into an independent state, known as the Papal States, which existed until the 19th century. Over time, the influence of the popes became even wider. They organized the Crusades, interfered in European politics, and determined the fate of nations. In the 16th century, despite the Reformation and the emergence of Protestantism, the Catholic Church and its head, the Pope, remained one of the most important forces in the world. Even in the 21st century, the Vatican, the successor to the medieval papacy, remains an independent state, and the Pope continues to influence international politics. Thus, after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, the papacy became a new center of power that united the world, inherited Roman traditions, transformed into a powerful political force, and played a key role in shaping the medieval and modern world. Although Roman emperors disappeared, the power born in the eternal city continued to exist, but now in the person of the Pope of Rome.